pile, bienvenue Saint-Lucie pour l'autre session qui consiste aujourd'hui. Ça qui est fait, c'est débat, ça c'est débat qui est point côté ces différents membres du Parlement qui a représenté ces différents constituencies, il a parlé à sous présentation qui Premier ministre honorable Philippe J. qui est ministre qui est responsable pour les affaires finances, il a présenté budget pour l'année 2026 pour 2027. Il fait ça hier au soir. Il tire un teasing plus passé un éditant. Budget qui en valait 2 billions 140 témoin répété valeur budget c'est 2 billions 188 millions comme encore ok 2 billions 188 millions 765 900 dollars. Ça c'est valeur budget pour l'année 2026 ou 2027. Mais moi ici et puis comme la coutume Virgile Leonti qui a nous exactement ça qui passait, ben ça pour nous espérer. Bienvenue Virgile.
Merci Michael and good morning to all of our viewers. As Michael was explaining, today we will hear the debate on the Prime Minister's estimates of expenditure and revenue, which he presented yesterday. And Michael gave the amount in Creole, but we will hear the debate in the amount of $2,188,765,900.
Let us pray. In the name of God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Almighty God, by whom alone King reigns and Prince decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interest, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of hearts of all persons and estates within the same, and the true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all forevermore. Amen.
Good morning, members. When the House rose last night, the question that the Honorable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2026-2027 in the sum of $2,188,765,900 as a charge against the consolidated fund and other funds of the state of St. Lucia was proposed. Are we closing the debate?
Sorry. I was reading, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be the first one in 2026 to open the baton at the debate of the expenditure for 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I would request of your leave to thank all the people of Dennery South, and that includes Dennery Village, Lime, Lakai, Delaide, for placing their trust and confidence in me to serve them for a second consecutive term. Mr. Speaker, I did tell them during the campaign that it would be very difficult to remove me as parliamentary rep, and I have proven that for a second time. Mr. Speaker, before the elections, there was a lot of discussion and talk about Dennery South not returning to the parliament, and I kept telling them, I know my constituents very well, I know my constituency very well, and I knew what I was doing to cause them to put me back in office. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to continue to serve the people of Dennery South for another term. Mr. Speaker, before I move further, I would like to express condolences to at least 2 persons in my constituency who passed recently. The first one is Anel Emmanuel alias Fire, who had encountered a motorcycle accident in the village of Dennery, and he passed a few hours afterwards. And there is another gentleman called Faustinus Hope alias Lloyd, who also passed recently after a very short illness. I want to express condolences to the family and to tell them I wish them strength and continuous support during the period of their bereavement. Mr. Speaker, I want to also pray for the families of 2 missing fishermen in Dennery South for the last 3 weeks. They left on what I was told to be a fishing expedition, but it's 3.5 weeks now and they've not been seen. I pray for the family, and I hope and pray that they will return safely to meet their family members. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Prime Minister's presentation last night, and I could tell that this budget presentation is a budget for everyone. We've always been putting people first, and in the budget, I didn't or couldn't identify anything that was doing less of that. And our government has always been a government who cares. Our government is a government that has managed this country under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, with prudence. And in spite of all what the opposition members will say, our government is focused and will remain focused on moving forward to assist the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, in recent days, I have been listening to some of the talk shows, and they are now asking for 100 days achievement, 100 days. And I was happy. I'm certainly sure the person who prepared it is right here, and I was happy to see that represented to the public of St. Lucia, the people of St. Lucia, what we've achieved since we got back in office on the 1st of December. But Mr. Speaker, there are lots more to happen during this term, and I'm confident that we will continue to serve this country. We will continue to do what is necessary for this country to ensure that there is stability and everybody can get a piece of the pie. But Mr. Speaker, my responsibility today is to speak to my constituency, Dennery South, in terms of how Dennery South can benefit from the budget presentation on estimates presented by the Prime Minister last night. And there are a number of areas in Dennery South that I do believe can improve or will benefit from the estimates of expenditure for 2026-2027. And Mr. Speaker, last term, the people of Dennery were of the view that I had done nothing for the constituency of Dennery South. Or most people, some people, yes. Thank you for the correction. Thank you for the correction. Especially the persons on the other side. But I know, Mr. Speaker, I can walk in every nook and cranny of this constituency, and I can walk with my head high, feeling that I have done quite a bit in the last 4.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with infrastructure development. And the first area that I want to speak on is the old community center that was right next or opposite the old Dennery police station. This community center has served the courthouse. We were using it for dances and a lot of community activities, but it has been in a state of abandonment in the last 10 or more years. It is my aim in this term to convert it into what I call a civic center. And what I mean by that is a facility that would be able to house all or most government agencies in Dennery South. So you have the village council in one building, you have health in another building, you have agriculture in another building. I think it is important for us to develop this center and convert it into a space where when anybody comes to that facility, they will be able to get all the government services that are required. And this, I had a discussion with the Minister for Housing, and I hope those funds are still available, Minister, to begin the breaking down of the building for us to begin our design for implementation of the project in the next few years. We also have two very important tourism facilities, one at Mandeli and one at Lapwet, Mr. Speaker. And those tourism stop facilities were constructed to ensure that our tourists, when they get into St. Lucia, they can stop and patronize those bars, take photos, and enjoy what is available at those facilities. And I'm sure for most of you, when you are at the Mandeli stop facility, you would see quite a number of tourists stopping there, coming from the airport, and they take lots of photos. I am concerned with the state of the buildings, and I had a brief discussion with the Minister for Tourism under his budget for 2026-2027 to work with the constituency to upgrade those two facilities and to get it to the standard that it's supposed to be, to enable it to attract the tourists and other locals, because I believe it is very, very important for the development of the constituency. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, I promised the people of Dennery South that there will be an upgrade of the Dennery Fish Fiesta, what we call the Saturday night, or what we call Les Sabla. And under the community tourism program, we were able to secure 1.7 million EC dollars to do the upgrade. But Mr. Speaker, to date, this has not happened. I had a discussion with the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism a few weeks ago, and she has guaranteed me that they are going to take on this project, and I'm hoping soon from now we will see the rehabilitation of the Dennery Fish Fry to really get people back to that activity on a Saturday, and considering the spin-off effect it has in terms of the fishers, the supermarkets, and the vendors and everybody involved, I believe it is one that is very close to my heart, because I was directly involved in this initiative when it started in 2001. And I remember taking funds from my pocket to get the first activity going. And I believe, and I will do the best I can in this term to see the start and completion of this facility. The Dennery Hospital, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Health, especially the Minister for Health, for the upgrade of that facility. That facility, as we know, is exposed to the elements, the sea blast, considering that we are directly, we are very close to the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean to be exact, and there is a lot of deterioration, and I was very happy to see the upgrades that have taken place, including the CAPAC. But Mr. Speaker, when I get to health, I have a lot more to say on this in terms of our vision for Dennery South, in terms of how we can move forward in improving and providing more efficient delivery of service to the people of Dennery South and Dennery North. Je voulais dire un patois, je voulais dire tout gens Dennery, oui messieurs, tout pour placer confiance dans moi pour en l'autre thème en office pour représenter yo. Et je voulais dire c'est because of confiance là yon dans moi et confiance là yon gouvernement Saint-Lucie, gouvernement Saint-Lucia Labour Party qui fait yon confiance là dans moi. Et je voulais oui messieurs pour ça. Je voulais dire je vais continuer faire ça moi ça pour aider yo et puis faire la vie au plus meilleur. Et je dis whilst moi pas ni l'argent pour faire toute bagaille là même, mais conseil mon dit petit pas petit nous allons faire ça nous ni pour faire et nous allons faire constituency à plus meilleur, nous allons faire la vie c'est monde Dennery plus meilleur. Et puis c'est pour ça moi merci pour tout ça j'ai fait. Bye. Bon, moi, nous avons fait ensemble. Et nous allons continuer à travailler et puis tout le monde Dennery South pour continuer à développer Constituency Dennery South. Mr. Speaker, whilst Dennery is a very small or the smallest constituency on the island, we have a number of roads that needs to be rehabilitated. And I want to thank the Minister for Infrastructure, previous and now, for all the support that has been given to Dennery South in terms of its road rehabilitation program. But Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a few roads that I believe needs urgent attention. And the first one, Mr. Speaker, is the Dennery High Street from over the bridge to Mole Bridge, Mr. Speaker. This road we've seen quite a number of potholes on this road, and I'm making a request under the road rehabilitation program of the Ministry of Infrastructure to do an upgrade or a resurfacing of the Dennery High Street. The Bois-Joli road linking to Montparnasse, Mr. Speaker, is in a very bad state. And for those who are very familiar with Bois-Joli, that road starts near the Hilltop Disco but ends up in Montparnasse in Dennery North. And very often during the rainy season, we experience flooding in the Lakai stretch, and that is the route that commuters have to use to be able to get to Castries. And Mr. Speaker, I know an estimate was done last year or year before, and so far very little has been done, and I do make a strong request for us to consider upgrading this road to make it more motorable so that motorists can access Castries or get to Castries in the event there is a flooding problem on the Lakai stretch or other areas on the highway. Mr. Speaker, we have been having discussion concerning a road in Lime, and that road is one that we think will open new areas for housing and development, especially for the young people of Lime Lakai. And that road, we are hoping to begin identifying the route and to begin or to continue discussions to get that road from the bottom of Lime all the way up to Mr. Elwin's place into the open areas there where we can develop for housing and other areas in terms of development. The Basil roads, Mr. Speaker, the Basil and Erad roads, we were able to do some upgrade last year, but there is still a lot to be done. We were able to get a metal bridge that's by Springer area there, but we have to continue all the way to areas like Mr. Herod and places like where culture is cultivating, and I'm hoping that we can get some funds under the infrastructure head for us to be able to do that. Other secondary roads that needs attention, Mr. Speaker, are the Hospital Road in Dennery, the Mont Jerel Road, Mr. Speaker, Victoria Street, and the main road in Lakai. I'm also working very quickly to construct a road from the top of Green Mountain into Ascanote. This road has been in existence for a long time, but there is a lot of work to be done to get it going, because when we have heavy rain events, the area by Bobby Girl, the area by Miss Eugenie is usually flooded, and that makes it difficult for persons living in that area to get into the village. So I believe that would be a very good bypass road to move from Ascanote all the way to Green Mountain to make life easier for motorists. Mr. Speaker, I have some good news for the people of Dennery South, and that is on the area called land rationalization. And Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia would have heard the announcement that persons who have been occupying Crown lands for more than 30 years would be given title to the land that occupy. I think there is a certain quantity, I think it's 10,000 square foot, Minister? Is it 10,000 square foot? 8,000 square feet. Residential. And I have been working with residents of Dennery, those who are occupying Crown lands. Those lands have to be surveyed, and I have a long list already, Mr. Speaker, that I will submit very shortly to the minister responsible. And I'm hoping that we can have a big ceremony in Dennery South to make available those lands to persons who have been occupying for more than 40 years. Je voulais dire que le gouvernement prend une décision pour les gens qui ont été en l'état gouvernement plus passé 30 l'année, that le gouvernement a fait un arrangement pour faire ces tests là avalibles par ces gens sans payer des sous. Ministre Housing a travaillé avec d'autres monde, d'autres communes. Et puis Dennery South, c'est une place là nous travaillons. Si tout place comme Green Mountain, Rocky Lane, Lime, La Caille, La Pointe, Hospital Road, chemin l'hôpital, et puis nous on mettre en liste ensemble pour make sure c'est gens qui nous garder qualifiés, et puis nous faire ça nous paye pour faire ces gens là hand title pour tayo. This, Mr. Speaker, I think is a very, very significant project, and I look forward to our people from Dennery South benefiting from it. Mr. Speaker, also in Green Mountain, Rocky Lane, there is a large area of private land owned by the Belmas. These people have been residing in London for decades, but currently we have hundreds of persons occupying these private lands, and efforts are being made. We are in discussion with the Ministry of Planning to see how government can acquire this property from the private owner to make housing affordable for the people of Dennery South. As you know, the constituency is very, very small, and because of the climate change and the impacts of climate change, we are encouraging persons to move from the coastline and settle on higher grounds in areas like La Pointe, Green Mountain, Rocky Lane, Bois Joli, etc. So I'm hoping that this term we can give priority to this project and we can find some way of getting government to acquire the lands. Mr. Speaker, in terms of youth and sports, our young men and women should always be encouraged to engage in sporting activities. I think it's important for their health, and it can also lead to a bright future for those young people over time. I want to thank the Ministry of Sports for making funds available for the construction of a change room and also for the construction of the stands. And I remember in the last campaign, they called it the Texaco gas station because it is painted red. But what I keep telling them when they say it's a Texaco gas station, I told them never before we had stands on the Dennery playing field. And it took me to make it happen. So Mr. Speaker, it's a start and we are going to upgrade. I am very, very concerned about ensuring that we create that avenue, that comfort to persons when they are sitting there. Because when it rains, Mr. Speaker, there is no barrier on the eastern side, so people get wet. So this term, I'm working together with the ministry to see how we can find a way to block the eastern side of the stands so that people can sit comfortably without any difficulty. The basketball court, Mr. Speaker, we installed lights on the court last year, and I'm hoping that soon from now we can do the resurfacing of the court to be able to hold activities for the young people, especially netball, basketball, etc. The cricket field, some work, I must say again, Ministry of Sports upgrading the cricket field. It has been in a very bad condition for years, and some work was done there. It's not completed, and we are hoping that we can, resurface the cricket field so we can continue our cricket activities in Dennery. The Lakai playing field, Mr. Speaker, we were able to put lights on the Lakai playing field sometime in October last year, and also we are working towards upgrading the surface to make it a top-class sports facility or football ground that would enable activities in the night and to be able to engage our young people in football, cricket, etc. But Mr. Speaker, before going further, I have a major challenge with regards to lights on the cricket field and football field in Dennery. 6 weeks before the last elections, I was told that we had to put down the lights because they posed a threat to persons, and every single light was removed from the Dennery playing field and cricket fields. I want to urge the Minister for Sports that if you want me to continue to remain in the seat, please find a way, let's work together to find a way to get the funds to replace those lights, because it hurts me when I walk past the playing field or I drive past the playing field to see that the area is in darkness. I have been going to other venues in St. Lucia to participate or to support the football activities, the under-20, the under-13, and the veterans sporting activities, because I am not in a position in Dennery South to host any of these evening games. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge and I hope in this year's budget some effort will be made for us to be able to get our lights back in Dennery South. Mr. Speaker, I want to take time now to go into health and wellness. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we had the Dennery Hospital, and the facility would have been able to house patients for days, months, weeks, years. But in recent years, Mr. Speaker, it has not been able to serve that purpose. Every time I sit at my house in my veranda, it hurts me to see the hospital closing its doors at midnight every day. And Mr. Speaker, this is very, very concerning to me, and I do believe an effort has to be made to make a change with this situation as soon as can be possible. I know there is a national health sector plan, which I'm sure Dennery South is considered in terms of upgrades and delivery of more efficient services to the people. Mr. Speaker, both Dennery North and Dennery South depend heavily on the Dennery Hospital for services. And I remember there was a natural disaster some time ago, and persons who had to receive care at OK, EU, and St. Jude's could not access the Badlil, could not access St. Jude's because the roads were blocked, and it made life very difficult for those patients. Mr. Speaker, also, let's consider if we have a major accident, whatever it may be, at the Bodley Correctional Facility that is just miles away, a few miles away from the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I have been hearing for some time now, and I wish the Minister for Health was there, that the focus has been to build a new hospital in the Monvon area, and that started many years ago, and I was told the project came to a stop because there were issues regarding the soil. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view, as a resident of Dennery, as the parliamentary rep for Dennery, that we have sufficient space right where the current hospital is to be able to put in a structure or a few structures to allow simple services like a lab, Mr. Speaker, to do blood tests and so on, Mr. Speaker, and to provide X-ray services right there in Dennery. I do not believe the people of Dennery South should go all the way to Castries, all the way to Vieux-Fort to do that, when we have a facility right there in existence. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, we can construct a facility that can hold 10 to 15 beds, Mr. Speaker. So when people get to the Dennery Hospital, they do not have to be moved quickly to St. Jude's just for observations, Mr. Speaker. If we can get this done in the Dennery area next to where it is now, I believe the services will be a lot better to the people of Dennery South and Dennery North. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be engaging the member for Dennery North to have a discourse with the Minister for Health to see how we can engage the ministry in making that happen. Moi gadi en patois that moi très concerné that l'hôpital Dennery pas supposé fermer à minuit tous les jours. Moi changé un jour moi été à balcon moi because pour jeune nuit yo savent qu'on a été et yo savent n'a été côté n'a été moi ça ouais l'hôpital là bien aisé. Et moi changé combien de temps passé l'hôpital l'a fermé à minuit. Mais 5 minutes après, il fermé. La tenue un mauvais accident encore na beaucoup mongroa et que ces moun ça la pas un service à l'hôpital d'Henry because il était fermé 5 minutes avant ça et il était pour aller juste vieux fort pour un traitement. Moi quand dit that nous voulons ça de bout nous quoi nous avons l'hôpital qui a un service nous a délivré là. Moi j'ai demandé pour nous faire service qu'on X-ray, blood test et l'autre bagaille nous ni pour aller suivre et bien fort pour faire. Et moi j'ai demandé c'est maintenant pour faire une manière pour nous mettre bagaille en place, pour nous mettre en facilité pour l'hôpital là qu'on nous est actuellement et pour développer pour ça nous ça fait presque tout ça nous caille ça fait en c'est l'autre l'hôpital là. Et puis, nous faisons ça, nous ça délivrer service tous les temps avec la pacaïnienne lait pour l'hôpital de nuit fermé. Comme vous savez, Mr. Speaker, 45 years ago, we were unable to penetrate that road from Red City, starting by Planton Highway, to the Dennery Hospital. And Mr. Speaker, last year, under my watch, we were able to complete that road. So now vehicle access starts from Plant's Place all the way to the hospital. The ring road, Mr. Speaker, ending by BH, ça c'est chemin qui a sorti par derrière l'hôpital là, l'église là, nous avons une estimation pour lui et en ce temps à venir, nous avons délivrer sur aller à l'hôpital là. Et là, j'ai un monde devant l'hôpital là, ou pas ni pour vivre ça pas capable de vivre les mêmes chemins. Ou quand ça continue pour aller et sortir bon côté billet de et puis il fait plaisir by ces gens qui ont accès à l'hôpital là. We had a very important footpath starting from the church, the Catholic Church, that would take people to the hospital, Dennery Hospital. But because the area was fenced, that track has been abandoned. I am going to use my CDP funds, providing that I get sufficient CDP funds, to upgrade that footpath to make the hospital easily accessible to persons from Dennery. We've done work on the footpath starting from the credit union to the hospital, and we constructed a new footpath by those places to access the hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, I not want to have... Mr. Speaker, I look forward to this happening to make access a lot easier to the Dennery Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in terms of education and training, every year, through the Ministry of Finance, through the Prime Minister, we provide financial assistance to parents in Dennery South. And only last year, we were close to 300 parents who received financial assistance to assist them with getting their children's uniforms, shoes, books, etc. And I do believe that is a very important project that will continue as long as the funds are available. The government, as we know, have been paying 60 subjects, providing $500 to first-year students at secondary schools. The first generation scholarship, Mr. Speaker, is one that Dennery South will continue to benefit from, and every year, every time, I will work extremely hard to ensure that Denneryans get a place or benefit from the from the first generation scholarship. The Taiwan's one scholarship, Mr. Speaker, we have quite a bit of persons from Dennery who are currently in Taiwan doing their studies in various areas. And I'm hoping that this year will be no exception, Mr. Speaker, because our young people require that level of education and training. They require that skills that would guide their future and make life better for them. So, Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary rep, we will continue to do that. And I want to mention one particular individual Coral, who is staying in the States, for the effort she and other persons from Dennery who are in the diaspora, providing that level of assistance in terms of school books and other school material every year around September to students, parents, and those persons within the Dennery constituency. And I want to say a big thank you to Coral for taking that lead, for coordinating that effort. And I am very happy, and I hope and pray that she will continue to do that. Moi, je dis, gouvernement, c'est ici qu'à continuer. By Jean Dennery, Mamay Dennery, Péwan, Mamay qui est l'école assistant. Et puis, tous les années, le Premier ministre a bon moins, qui a toute constituency, en quantité d'argent pour assister ces mamans, ces papas, ces mamans là, especially ces gens qui ont des difficultés pour voir sur l'école. Et l'année passée, nous avons presque 300 personnes Dennery South, et ça inclut la KL, de l'AID, en santé, quantité d'argent pour assister, pour acheter uniforme, pour acheter souliers, pour acheter hat by ces mamans. Nous allons continuer à faire ça. Avec mon question, c'est un bon bagage by ces mamans. First Generation Scholarship Plan, nous avons travaillé l'année Jean Dennery savent qui a qualifié, qui a benefit from ça. L'année Jean Dennery savent qui Taïwan actuellement. L'année Jean Dennery, Jean Constituency Dennery, qui Cuba. L'année Child Jean Dennery qui a allé à Arthur Lewis Community College. Et puis c'est moun ça là qui a benefit from effort à gouvernement a fait. Décision gouvernement a prend pour mener jeunes moun devant en bayo capacité à yo besoin pour ça délivrer service là et pour ça faire yo en primaire moun en temps pour venir. Mr. Speaker, in terms of training and capacity building, Mr. Speaker, there are lots of young men and women after leaving school, Mr. Speaker, do very little. We have a serious lack of skills in Dennery. It is very difficult to get a plumber. It is very difficult to get a tiler. It is very difficult to get people doing electrical, etc. And what I did, Mr. Speaker, last year I began a training program, a skills training program, where we have 16 persons doing the plumbing, 16 persons doing the electrical, all paid by the parliamentary rep, again through the CDP. So that is why, Prime Minister, you have to give me more because I want to engage more young people. And Mr. Speaker, that is going very well. I believe it's the beginning, it's the start for our young people in Dennery South to gain a skill that would allow them to be able to go out there and get into the job market. I will continue to put the people of Dennery first, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope that program will continue. Mr. Speaker, I move now to agriculture and fisheries, and I'm sure you would know that in previous years I would be the Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries. But Mr. Speaker, it is important to understand that Dennery South depends heavily on fishing, and I am going to discuss with the Ministry of Planning the possibility of establishing a farmers market near the High Street in Dennery. I believe our farmers, our fishers are doing very well, and I want to be able to ensure that on a Friday, on a Saturday, on a Sunday, they can take their produce to one area and be able to sell the produce to the people of Dennery and other constituencies. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, Dennery South was earmarked to receive a new locker room for the fishers. We currently have almost 100 boats in Dennery South, but we only have 40 locker rooms. I do hope that in the new financial year 2026-2027, Minister for Agriculture, Dennery South will receive its locker room, because I was told that it was going to be 18 more new rooms that will be made available to the fishers of Dennery. Currently, Dennery South does not have a FAD, what we call the Fisheries Aggregating Device. And I am making a request because I see on the fisheries facilities a sum of $800,000 is made available. So I am making a request very early, Minister, to provide one to Denry, because there was one there and I was told that it disappeared because of current and so on. I am also hoping that under the tree crop expansion program, and that is a program that started in 2025, Mr. Speaker, and it's really earmarked to diversify areas that have been in an abundant state, especially banana plantations. And we launched that program last year in Roseau, and I was told that this year they will be coming to the Denry Valley. And I note that $400,000 is made available in this new financial year to provide support for this program. Other programs that are of concern to me, Mr. Speaker, is again thanks to the Ministry of Sports for making available steel pan equipment to the young people of Denry South. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, we constructed a steel pan shed. Mr. Speaker, a steel pan shed was constructed many years ago, but there was never equipment available to get the program going. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we got quite a lot
Member
of
for
pan material.
Denry South, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's just amazing to see how the interest among our very young men and women involved in the steel pan activity, and I think it's a very good way to engage our young people. And I'm warning that this year, Carnival, Denry South will be competing in the National Panorama activity. So, Mr. Speaker, that is very, very good for us, and I'm very happy because I can tell it is generating a lot of interest in Denry. The Denry Library, and thanks to the Prime Minister for providing the funds for the rehabilitation of the Denry Multipurpose Center. And in the Multipurpose Center was the library, but we've not been able to re-establish the library at the center, and we are working in the Ministry of Education to provide some resources to redesign the library and to make it functional as soon as possible. The Housing Assistance Program, Mr. Speaker, I must say this has been going extremely well in Denry, and I wish I had more funds every day to continue that project. But I want to tell people of Denry that the housing project is not one that the funds are available every day and every week. And sometimes when people come to me and I tell them, I want to help you, I'm going to help you, but we do not have the funds yet. What they will tell me, oh, by sir, yeah, you know. And what I would tell them is, that person have been on that list for months, so I have to give priority. So I want them to be patient with me. I want them to understand that it's not a big set of money that we have to give everybody. We had quite a bit of money in the last 2 years, and I helped quite a lot of people, Mr. Speaker. There are lots of people in Denry that we provided that level of support. But what is disturbing about it, Mr. Speaker? Most of them, they come to you for the material, you provide the material, and it stays in the backyard or under the house for months before anything can be done. I want to urge them, Mr. Speaker, to make an effort to make use of the material, because it's a very important program, and I know we will continue to provide that support throughout this term and many more terms to come. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank my team, my campaign team, and everybody who supported me for the second term that I'm now in. And I want to tell you all in Denry South, I will continue to work with you. I will continue to do all I can. But there is one particular person that I want to thank, Mr. Speaker. He has been there with me from 2021 until now. And I want to mention his name, Mr. Mike Chitoli. Thank you very much for all that you have done for us in Denry South. And we will continue to work together to make Denry South a better place. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank my colleagues for the support. I want to thank everybody. And I just want to tell you that I will be coming to you to make my requests for my projects in Denry South. Please leave a small space, small amount of funds to ensure that it happens. Mr. Speaker, I give my fullest support and endorsement to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2026-2027, and I look forward to a very productive 2026-2027. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort, for Choiseul Saltibus.
Yep. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to add my voice in unflinching support of the 2026-2027 estimates of revenue and expenditure so ably presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. But before I delve into the architecture of this budget and the numbers that will define our trajectory, I must begin by giving thanks where it is most deeply owed. I give immense thanks to the Almighty God who guides our steps and grants us the strength and stamina to undertake the people's work. I must also express my profound and abiding gratitude to the resilient, hard-working people of Choiseul Saltibus. Mr. Speaker, it is only by their grace, their mandate, and their overwhelming vote of confidence that I stand in this honorable house today as their newly elected representative. To the people of Choiseul Saltibus, I promise you a voice that would not waver, and hands that are ready to build. Today, as I address my first estimates before this honorable house, I reaffirm that sacred pledge. Mr. Speaker, every budget tells a story, and the estimates today before us are no exception. Yesterday, the Honorable Prime Minister stood in this House and distilled the entire philosophy of this $2.18 billion budget in just 4 words. And he said, I quote, "We put people first." As a member for Choiseul Saltibus and Minister for Physical Development and Public Utilities, I rise today to help give life to those 4 words. From principle into progress, from promise into projects, and from vision into visible change. Mr. Speaker, we are moving beyond an era of mere survival. We are stepping into a decisive era, one of structural empowerment, resilient communities, and sustainable infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we must frame this proposed budget within its proper historical context. We have spent the last few years navigating the turbulent waters of global economic shocks, while systematically repairing the profound neglect and infrastructural decay inherited from a careless and reckless administration. We saw periods where the very arteries of our nation development, or our national development, Mr. Speaker, our health systems, literally, Mr. Speaker, our security, our water systems, and our public utilities were starved of necessary capital. But today, we look at an economic trajectory that paints a vastly different picture. We have moved from halting decay to building resilience. We have moved from short-term fixes to long-term planning. The overarching vision of the 2026-2027 estimates is fundamentally about building for the people. It is a budget that recognizes that true economic growth cannot exist in the abstract. True economic growth must be felt in the homes of our citizens. It must give them the freedom to choose. It must be seen in reliable water flowing from the taps, in the paved roads that connect our farmers to markets, and in sustainable physical development that protects our island's future. Mr. Speaker, that is what our Nobel laureate, Sir Arthur Lewis, envisioned for St. Lucia, and that is what our government is delivering. When this government says the people of the country are doing well, it is something the people feel in their lives. Gouvernement ça ka travail. Ça pas un gouvernement glan-glan. When the farmers feel good in their hearts, we feel good. When the fishers feel good, we feel good. When the teachers feel good, we feel good. Nous voulons ces pêcheurs sentir bon en chayo. Nous voulons ces pêcheurs sentir bon en chayo. Moi regarde ça, moi savent moun kon Barras, moun kon Darius Kakouté et moi ka parler ba yo. Ces teachers, moi voulais sentir bon en chayo. Et tout le monde savent, madame, moi c'est un teacher. Everybody must feel the success. Tout le monde obligé sentir bon en chayo. En bas, la main on a web Philippe G. Pierre. C'est exactement ça nous qu'a fait. Tout le monde qu'a senti bon en chayo. Mr. Speaker, as I transition to the broader national picture, I must commend the Honorable Minister for Finance for presenting a budget that is as bold as it is balanced. Mr. Speaker, we are debating estimates today. That project, a national... Sorry, Mr. Speaker, we are debating estimates today that project a national recurrent revenue of $1,750 million. That's a big word, a lot of money to be told. Huh? This is a landmark figure. It is a figure that tells a story of significant, undeniable growth. To put this in perspective, Mr. Speaker, look at where we were. The projected outlay for the previous fiscal year was 1.6 billion. 1.63 billion, to get it correct, Mr. Speaker. This means, Mr. Speaker, that in just 12 months, this government is projecting a revenue increase of more than $125 million in a single year. This is not a figure that appeared by chance. It is not a stroke of luck, colleagues. It was the result of deliberate effort, a sustained effort to broaden our economic base. It is the result of modernization. It is the result of digitization, as evidenced by the work at the Inland Revenue Department. We are creating an environment where our local businesses can actually and finally thrive. But, Mr. Speaker, a budget is not just about what we collect. It is about how we account for it. When we look at the fiscal performance of the past year, we see a country moving closer and closer to a sustainable primary balance. In 2025-2026 outing, this government achieved a primary surplus of $90.1 million and a massive current surplus of $243.6 million. We are showing the world, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, we are showing our people that we can manage our affairs with discipline. When you hear the other side talk about borrowing, listen to me well. Or rather, les autres, l'autre side gouvernement qui a parlé about prêter l'argent, écoutez-moi bien. Nous pas qu'à prêter l'argent pour nous manager pays ça là. Nous pas qu'à prêter l'argent pour payer travailleurs. There will be times for borrowing, and all colleagues know that. Mais ça passe à tous les mardis, Mr. Speaker. Ça passe à jamais tous les mardis. Nous tous savons ça. Si vous avez un morceau pour mettre en l'écaille là, vous êtes obligé d'aller à la banque là et prêter. Mais si vous avez pour prêter l'argent pour payer courant, pou paye de l'eau, ou sa vou an 3K. That is exactly what the other administration was doing in 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, we will borrow some funds for our major projects. Every country in the world does that. But one thing we know for sure is that the Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre is managing this country well. And our revenue, Mr. Speaker, is more than enough to take care of our country's daily needs. We have heard the reports from the IMF and other international financial institutions. They are not talking about a country in decline. They are talking about a St. Lucia that is a regional leader in growth. We have seen successive years of real GDP expansion. And while the other side might want to quarrel with themselves and with the numbers, the reality is reflected in the increased spending on our social safety nets and the unprecedented investment in our national security and public utilities. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal dashboard before us shows a nation that is in the green. Our debt amortization plans are on track, and our deficit is being managed with a level of surgical precision that provides the fiscal space for the massive capital works we are about to undertake. We are not just spending money, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in our resilience. Whether it is the $37 million subvention, you can reference Cost Center 53, I think you also head 53 on page 535. That is set aside for the operations of the St. Jude Hospital, or the millions being invested in our road infrastructure through the National Roads Rehabilitation Program. Every dollar is tied to a promise of a better, safer, and stronger St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to my portfolio responsibilities as the Minister of Physical Development and Public Utilities. I must thank the Honorable Philip J. Pierre for his confidence, and I am pleased to report that the total allocation for my ministry in the 2026-2027 draft estimates stands at an impressive $53.38 million. That represents a significant increase over the previous fiscal year. That's my money. Of that total sum, Mr. Speaker, $34 million is allocated for recurrent expenditure, while $19.38 million is allocated for capital expenditure. This increase, Mr. Speaker, is not just an adjustment in numbers. It reflects the critical reorganization of this government to better serve our people. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is now responsible for two of the most critical pillars of our national development: managing the physical blueprint of our nation through land and physical planning, and overseeing the power and water grid of St. Lucia through our public utilities mandate. In effect, Mr. Speaker, my portfolio can be summarized simply. I am responsible for everything from the soil under our feet to the water in our taps and the lights in our sockets today. It is a profound responsibility, colleagues, and that I take with the utmost seriousness. We have successfully established a new division specifically to house the Public Utilities Department, which was previously located under the Department of Infrastructure. This strategic realignment, backed by an initial operational allocation of $247,523, ensures that we have the dedicated coordination, oversight, and implementation capacity required for the essential public utility services that our people depend on daily. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister with operational oversight for water services, including WASCO, I must say a few words about this vital resource. It would be remiss of me to stand here and not address the arteries of our nation's water supply. Just 2 weeks ago, thereabout, this Honorable House convened specifically to address the challenges facing WASCO, and let the record show that this government continues to invest heavily in every aspect of that company, from production to transmission and distribution. We are repairing the veins and arteries of our water system. We are modernizing the Thibbles treatment plant so that every household can rely on safe, consistent water on the aspects that this plant serves. In Patience, Monrepo, Micoud and other communities in the south, we are investing significant sums to ensure that these areas finally receive the reliable potable water they have long deserved. But while we maintain our duty to transform Wasco into a very significant, into an efficient and reliable utility, we must also look towards water augmentation. Mr. Speaker, we once again encourage our people to embrace rainwater harvesting. We have taken concrete steps to ensure that the harvesting facilities required, they attract less or no taxes, making them more affordable for our citizens. And we are leading by example, Mr. Speaker. Leading the charge is the commander himself, our Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and member for Castries East. He is our national chief advocate for rainwater harvesting. We can't even count how many tongues he has at his own, Mr. Speaker. I also note in these estimates that the Ministry of Agriculture will be undertaking training and maintenance courses for our farmers, alongside awareness campaigns aimed at water augmentation through harvesting. It is a unified whole government approach to building resilience and adapting the undeniable realities of climate change, colleagues. We continue to invest in Wasco, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to invest in the infrastructure that provides the essential service to our people. We once again thank the people of St. Lucia for their patience and understanding as we work to resolve the issues that have plagued the company for years. But, Mr. Speaker, our structural enhancements do not stop there. We are committed to modernizing the way we manage the physical space of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $169,493 towards the recruitment of staff for a forward planning unit. This unit is tasked with developing a climate-resilient, integrated national land use plan that is supported by an additional $128,000 for specialized technical consultancies and $150,000 for a technical project coordinator. This plan will harmonize land uses, minimize conflicts, and drive sustainable climate-smart communities. When we say we are modernizing, Mr. Speaker, we mean business. We have allocated $220,195 for the computerization of the land registry. I know a lot of people are anxiously awaiting that development, and this is to pave the way for the National E-Land Registry platform, preserving critical records and making land transactions more efficient for our citizens. We are also advancing the street naming mapping initiative with an initial $20,000 to establish a modern addressing system which will vastly improve the delivery of both public and private services. So, for instance, if you go down to Denry North and you get to the intersection where the member for Denry North lives, you may see a sign, you know, that says Piestiboy Street or Avenue or something to that effect, you know, not necessarily that name, you know. Oh, that's in Ansari, probably.
That's a prominent street.
Yes. Yeah, oh, so probably his may be called Gobug Street or Avenue.
Four in a row.
You know.
4 in a row.
Yeah, his house will be the 4 in a row. So it's an addressing system to provide some level of efficiency and make our system a lot more modern. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Fiscal Development, we have $40.8 million allocated for project expenditure. This includes projects from both the recurrent and capital expenditure accounting buckets. Some of the key projects include $5 million for the land administration project. You may want to look at page 402 project code 50050, ensuring that property owners whose lands were expropriated by the state for public utilization are fairly and fully remunerated. We have 377,000 for the Vigi Beach Facility Project. Page 402, Member for Castries North. Page 402, project code 50572, allowing us to finalize the development of off-road parking facilities and to address the social and economic development for the people in that area. I think is the people of Vide-Bouteille, the Vide-Bouteille community that would benefit from that, and Vigi, was that? The cemetery. And an investment of $260,546 in advanced surveying equipment to drastically reduce scheduling conflicts and delays in our survey and mapping, crown lands and physical planning units. Mr. Speaker, in the energy division, now a critical pillar of our public utilities mandate, we are executing a transformative agenda. We have allocated $7.85 million for the Renewable Energy Sector Development Project. People refer to it as the RESDP. This is a multi-year initiative that will see us drill exploratory slim hole wells in locations such as Belle Plaine, Fosse Jacques, and Saltibus to evaluate our geothermal potential. We are also injecting 10.11 million into the Caribbean Efficient and Green Energy Building, referred to as the CGEB project, to reduce electricity consumption in public buildings through energy efficiency, retrofits, and solar photovoltaic installations. That simply means PV systems and using LED bulbs and energy efficient equipment. It's something that we want to encourage all St. Lucians to do. So government is taking the lead on it, and we are encouraging all residents to also adopt a similar approach. We are backed by a robust $17.1 million from the Caribbean Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility to upgrade our electricity grid so it can handle this new wave of clean energy. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are pushing for renewables, we are looking at PV, which is energy from the sun. We have been looking at wind, we are looking at geothermal now. We need to ensure that the national grid, the network, the wires and the lines and everything you see around the country can be designed, and it could have the muscle and it can have the technological capacity to actually bring these new renewable sources online and mix them in a way that you don't even see whilst we sit here and the lights are on, that you're harnessing energy from the sun at one point and then from the wind or from geothermal or from other sources of energy. So that's done seamlessly. So the grid needs to be reinforced to be able to respond to that. Finally, Mr. Speaker, while the multi-million-dollar projects often capture the headlines, this ministry understands that our greatest asset is our people, and true efficiency starts from within. That is why we are investing in our human capital by providing $36,724 for geospatial leadership training to certify our technical officers in modern mapping standards, alongside $25,600 for legal and regulatory capacity training to ensure our staff can navigate the complexities of modern land law. We are also committed to operational excellence and the dignity of the workspace, allocating $30,000 for deep cleaning services and $20,000 for essential operating supplies. We have even addressed the most fundamental aspects of employee welfare, providing $16,000 for critical occupational health and safety retrofits to prevent accidental lock-ins and ensure a safe, dignified environment for every staff member. From these vital and safety upgrades to our technical training modules, every cent of our recurrent budget, which is a critical component of our total $53.38 million allocation, is a deliberate step toward a more professional, safer, and more efficient ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Physical Development and Public Utilities is primed, funded, and ready to execute the people's mandate. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I must now turn my heart and my head to the people who sent me here. The good, hard-working, and exceptionally talented people of Choiseul and Saltibus. When we look at a budget of this magnitude, the ultimate test is not the national aggregate. The ultimate test is how it changes the daily reality in our communities. As a former Minister of Finance, Dr. Kenny Anthony famously noted, a parliamentary representative gets 3 bites of the cherry to determine how a budget impacts the constituency essentially. I think I've taken my first bite, Mr. Speaker, by closely perusing the printed capital estimates, and I am pleased to report that the Choiseul Saltibus area is a primary focus of this government's development agenda. First, Mr. Speaker, our fishers on the fisheries development, I note the $800,000 allocated to repairs to fishing facilities on the project number 50378. So that would be on the cost center 41. It is my understanding, cost center head 41. It's a cost center actually. It is my understanding that 120,000 of this amount is earmarked for the structural rehabilitation of the locker room block and fishers market at the Choiseul facility. I know Darius, Barras, Cyril, Gavi, quite a few of the fishermen down there. Felix will welcome that. Our fishers braved the Atlantic to feed this nation, and they deserve nothing less than modern facilities that afford them dignity and safety. Then there is the matter of environmental resilience under the Ministry of Infrastructure. I see our lifeline, the Choiseul River and the PI River mouth, categorized under Zone 6A of the National Rivers and Watercourse Management and Maintenance Project. These will be desilted and cleared to ensure free water flow and mitigate the perennial threat of flooding for our residents. And that's on the project number 50289 on the cost center 43, member for Denry North. But we are also building for the future economy. Choiseul has been identified as a primary focus for the Blue and Green Islands Integrated Program. Backed by $1.5 million in funding, this project sits within the broader Environmental Management Program, which has a total project expenditure budget of nearly $12 million. It is designed specifically to remove the technical and policy bottlenecks that have hindered our people. It will implement nature-based solutions across our tourism and agro-food sectors, making our local development more responsive to the unique needs of Choiseul Saltibus. And we cannot forget Saltibus for sure, Mr. Speaker. My ministry has identified Saltibus as a critical site for the Renewable Energy Sector Development Project, the RESDP. And I remind you all that's about geothermal energy. We are providing the financing to drill exploratory slim hole wells to evaluate the geothermal potential right there in Saltibus. This isn't just energy for the island, Mr. Speaker. This is a potential industrial boom for the community of Saltibus and the wider constituency, Park Estate, Gayabois, and environs. Mr. Speaker, my second bite of the cherry comes from identifying the massive block allocations that will trickle down into our villages. From the $3 million community tourism project, project number 50045, and I think tourism cost center is 46. Yes, you say head, but I like to say cost center so we know we have to spend it. Huh? Yes. So from the $3 million community tourism project, Choiseul is targeted for an initiative to improve the competitiveness for our local industry, specifically addressing the challenges faced by our micro, small, and medium enterprises. I also look toward the $5.5 million for tourism enhancement projects on the project number 50569, line item 22101, So you have no difficulty in finding a member for Castries South. To improve our scenic sites like our sugar mills and our local infrastructure. We also note the economic reactivation that will come from the new Soufrière agro processing plant. I see the member for Soufrière all of a sudden has a beautiful smile. I wonder why. This facility is expected to propel the reactivation of idle lands across the geographical district of Choiseul Saltibus, increasing production for our crops, fruits, vegetables, and the CMOS that our youth have mastered. Under the Department of Finance, we see a substantial allocation of 20.9 million for the CDP, project number 50079. We will see the continuation of those critical footpaths, sidewalks, our community drains, small infrastructural works like our member for Denry South wants to take on from the church that keep our people safe. And that's really what it's about. And Mr. Speaker, our vulnerable citizens will benefit greatly. I note the 4.8 million for the Economic and Social Enhancement Project on the project number 50603 and the $1 million for SSDF employment creation on the project 50672. Our elderly deserve the best care, and I will be pushing for the effective rollout of the home care program on the project 50059, which sees an investment of over $12 million this cycle. I believe that's an increase. Regarding housing, Mr. Speaker, we will provide a roof and a refuge for the most vulnerable among us in Choiseul Saltibus. I know my colleagues will do the same in the other constituencies. I'm encouraged by the $1 million for the National Housing Assistance Program on the project 50366 and the $1.5 million for housing development projects on the project number 50657. As the ministry identifies new land for developments, I will ensure Choiseul is a primary candidate for affordable housing developments. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things will happen in Choiseul this year. We want to fix the Fisher's place. Not big things. We want to clean the mouths of the rivers in Choiseul and in Piai and in Sabusha. You know, a lot of mosquitoes, puddles have been formed there, and I live close to one of them, and you know, sometimes I get tormented. We want to make it easier for our young people to get funds to start their own businesses. Nous voulons ces jeunes moun commencer ti business yo. Yo ka parler about le puis gouvernement ça ka aider yo tourner parole ça a dedans un bagay qui ça employer moun et puis ça fait a livelihood. Yo ça travail en laisse. We want to see how the government can help people repair their homes. Our auntie Emma has a plan for a plant in Soufrière. T'entends nous, auntie Emma? On regarde Jean Choiseul. Il y a un plan pour un plan neuf en Soufrière. So she has a plan to create a new plant in Soufrière. Et puis plan ça il a formé il a une cause c'est femmes nous c'est mon qui planter terre pour ça vendre plus légumes et puis pour ça produit plus produit. You know, so when that happens, it means better opportunities for our farmers to sell their vegetables and other produce. Mr. Dr. Speaker, or it's Mr. Speaker, sorry. I sometimes forget if it's Doctor or Mr. We are in Choiseul, we are not greedy people. Nous pas voix. But when they are sharing the national cake, we must ensure we get our good share for Choiseul and Saltibus. Nous obligés joindre en portion en bonbon en Choiseul et puis Saltibus. Mr. Speaker, we must also note the generous allocation for the Youth Economy Agency program. This intervention is designed to directly benefit the young people of Choiseul and Saltibus. I recognize the $1 million Youth Economy Project under project number 50669. And I want to encourage our youth to make the absolute best use of these opportunities to profit and build their futures. While we speak of youth, Mr. Speaker, I must take a moment as District Rep of Choiseul Saltibus to congratulate the cricketers of Choiseul, who up to this moment have performed exceptionally well in the Prime Minister's T20 Cup. Just last evening, Mr. Speaker, we had an absolute nail-biting finish in a match against Soufrière. Against Soufrière, but in the end, our Choiseul boys prevailed, Mr. Speaker. So I must congratulate them and tell the member for Soufrière, good effort. Good effort. Yes, but accept my condolences. By the looks of it, Mr. Speaker, I think we are on the verge of bringing that cup home to Choiseul. And I wish the member for Castries East was there, Mr. Speaker, because it's his cup. But Choiseul has had, and the Minister for Youth and Sports, member for Grosile, can support me in saying that Choiseul has been the craft capital and the cricket capital. And I think it's very fitting that they reconsider and look at holding the finals at La Fag Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. They need to look at that, because that's where you get the most support for cricket in Choiseul Saltibus. That's a fact. That's a fact. So if you take it to the north, you may have less people coming out. Bring it to La Fag, trust me.
I know, right?
Yes, the Prime Minister will come to Choiseul. Mr. Speaker, the heavy equipment has not stopped rolling. Let us talk about our roads and our mobility. We have executed extensive potholing and road improvements from Montgouge to Lirish, from the Reunion Bus Shelter to Savans George to the Cross, from the Sauzé Gap through Café all the way up to the Douga School, go straight past that school all the way to Montjacques. We have also fixed the Debrel Road. And this week, Mr. Speaker, after years and years and years of neglect, the people of La Pointe Choiseul have finally seen road repairs commence in La Pointe Choiseul. After decades, they have finally seen that, thanks to the Minister of Infrastructure and his team at Infrastructure. And the residents of Piai are finally getting the road improvements they long for so long as well, Mr. Speaker. And let me remind this House, the roads in Park Estate, Gayabois and Tetmon were addressed even before elections. There were some works left to be done at Gayabois. I am reliably informed that today is Wednesday. Just this week, it has been completed. So now if you come from the Saltibus Main Road, you can drive all the way down to Gayabois. The people who went to do groceries and the bus would put them at some point, and they had to carry 3-4 bags in the mud to get to their homes. That is no more. The people of Gayabois, thanks to you, member for Denrinoff and your team at Ministry of Infrastructure, it started with Senior Minister, member for Castries North. I'm very thankful to you and to the Prime Minister for that relief you have brought to the people of Gayabois in Choiseul. The people of Tetmon are also very thankful for that. And you may not, some members may not understand what this is for these people. But these people felt left behind, and we are also looking to put some street lighting at Gayabois. When you get to the end of the recently completed road, there is a left turn. You go in there, and where Ja'ai lives. Yes, and they need to get, there are teachers living in there, there are young ladies living in there, and when it gets dark, they have to use their little phone lights to get to their homes. That's not safe. So I've given them my word. There were no lines, no low tension lines on the poles. We made an effort to get the street lamps installed, but they were not able to do so. So we'll get the lines in place, and we will do so. Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying this to say that this is not just roads. This is about mobility. It is about a better way of life for our drivers and our families. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us talk about safety and drainage. We have also installed through Ministry of Infrastructure and member for Denry North again. Drain grills in Cafe, Victoria, and we're about to start the repairs at Reunion near the Zion Hill Pentecostal Church. That is to protect our pedestrians and vehicles. And that is after the member for Denry North did some assessments in the community with myself, and his team, they were able to identify firsthand that these things needed attention, and they moved speedily, and they had that rectified. I am pleased to announce that, yes, Wasco was doing some repairs the very same day. Yes. They were digging the road which was not repaired yet. Huh? Yes. So they repaired the roads, they repaired the pipes, and then the roads were repaired. Yes. I am pleased to announce that contracts are already signed for some drainage works to begin in Monsieur and Morgouge. Also in Jetwin. Jetwin is a very narrow road, and we promised that we would cover the drains so the vehicles can park onto the drains and the ambulance and fire equipment can move in and out of there if there is an emergency. That's a very important thing, and I'm happy that the contracts are signed for that to commence. Let us talk about lighting and security. We have aggressively debushed and provided lighting in an area called Tumak that has never been lit ever. Sabusha, and anyone who's going to Sabusha late in the night now, you will be seen because the place is well lit. From my home, I mean, because from my home I can see Sabusha and I can see what vehicles are turning in there now. And near the bridge in Cafe, we did this to remove the fear of our people. You know, the fear that they had. Our fishers and our farmers traverse these pitch dark areas in the wee hours of the morning, and they deserve to feel safe, because someone will walk up to you and you don't see who walks up to you. You don't even know if somebody's walking up to you. So we have installed street lights in Lower Zabwiko, that's Upper Fiat, Daba, and by the Seven Days Church in Dibrel, where a young lady had to go down into a little ravine and then walk on the heavy vegetation to get to her home, and anybody can be stalking her. And she had this fear, and that is now taken out of her. She's very, very thankful for that. You know, but if I have to speak about the lights I've installed in Choiseul, to take up all my speaking time, Mr. Speaker, because like Telly Beatrice, they'll be too numerous to mention. You know, so we have installed poles in Lance John. That's a place, that's where the bus went down with all the people. That's how you call that, Lance John. Remember some years ago? And sadly, everyone perished. And the lights will follow shortly to guarantee public safety. But Mr. Speaker, we must also protect the minds and the bodies of our youth. So in Jetwin, the poles are already around the playing field. They have been planted, and the lights are coming soon. So the young men in Arambe, you all will be able to take a sweat into about 7:30 and 8 o'clock now, because the lights are coming. In PI, member for Grosile, I thank you very much. Professional grade lighting will soon be installed on the PI playing field. PI loves cricket, and very soon they will be able to play cricket at night. We want our young men to be able, you know, to just bust a sweat after work, and that has positive impacts for our health and everything. To stay active and to stay away from the negative influences. We keep them engaged. And finally, Mr. Speaker, beyond the concrete and the lights, there is the human element. We have expended significant sums, over $90,000, you know, from the CDP in direct health, educational and social support for our people in Choiseul Saltibus. And for the fire victim, you all must have heard, that fire victim from Jetwin Saltibus, she lost her home, and she has 2 kids that are doing so well at school, but they lost everything. You know, we didn't just offer sympathy. We are currently in the process of identifying a piece of suitable crown land to enable her to start a brand new life for herself and her children when she gets some assistance through the distress fund.
Member for Choiseul, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the roads, the drains, the lights, the playing fields, the housing relief, all of that, Mr. Speaker, from a government that was installed just over 3 months ago. Just over 3 months ago. And after these 3 bites of the cherry, Mr. Speaker, I can say with absolute confidence, Choiseul Saltibus is not being left behind. As for the surprises to come, Mr. Speaker, I eagerly await the upcoming policy statement. Based on what we have seen in these estimates, the harvest for Choiseul and Saltibus is going to be a bountiful one. Mr. Speaker, as I bring my contribution to a close, I remain laser focused on the needs of my constituency. And while I am immensely grateful for what is in these estimates, it would be remiss of me if I did not also place on the official record the pressing, urgent priorities of my people. We understand, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, that we cannot do everything in one fiscal year. We understand the revenue challenges and the prioritization required to manage a nation recovering from previous economic shocks. But I must urge this Honorable House to take a second look at a few critical local issues. Mr. Speaker, I think you were in attendance at my campaign launch as the candidate for the Great St. Lucia Labour Party in Choiseul Saltibus. Yes. When I stated confidently and enthusiastically that when elected, I would lobby my fellow colleagues for my people. This is a promise I intend on keeping, colleagues. It is in that regard that I ask the member for Dennery North, and Minister for Infrastructure to continue considering Choiseul Saltibus for our roads and bridges from his generous allocation. I note the allocation of $1.7 million for the National Roads Rehabilitation Program under project number 50658, line item 22101. You have no problems finding it. I will be lobbying the Minister, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that vulnerable areas in our constituency are prioritized. Further, with $2 million earmarked for bridges and culverts under project number 50292, line item 22101, I will advocate for urgent interventions in areas prone to flooding. We have a number of bridges, for example, the ones in Daban and Pont Richardson, when you leave the crossing, you just go down there, where despite their frequent use to date, only one vehicle at a time can cross them, and several vehicles have fallen below these bridges. I'll not even tell you all exactly who, because there are members within this house that have been victims. Yes. We desperately need a second look here. I know the demands of his ministry are immense, but under his roads rehabilitation program, our people would warmly welcome...
Member for Choiseul, perhaps you should break that rule and say who, because I'm being accused of being the person.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I can neither confirm nor deny. I know the demands of his ministry are immense, and under his roads rehabilitation program, our people would warmly welcome work within the communities of Piai, Balka, Esperance to Fanciu, the Grace Road in Saltibus, and the Grace Road, that's where the fire happened. It's called, they don't like this name, but Pakabit, as well as the Gayabwa and Cafe roads. Furthermore, on the rivers and watercourse management, I respectfully urge my colleague to look into the Tubabe, Tumac, Choiseul, and Sabusha river mouths. I'm just saying these are important. Mr. Speaker, turning our attention to the ministry responsible for persons with disabilities, the member is not present right now. We need to look at line item 21501 for grants, contributions, and subventions. You see, Mr. Speaker, our differently abled people in Choiseul would profoundly welcome some assistance. We have groups like Farmers with Disabilities, Rastaman Steve. And these people have been struggling for years with limited resources, yet they have never stopped making a positive contribution to our society. They stand as a strong example of self-sufficient, sustainable living. This is a gentleman who helps fix wheelchairs and everything for the differently able people. Some well-deserved relief from this allocation will go a long way. Specifically, They are hoping to employ a secretary to man an office they already occupy in Cafe. You know, this would bring tremendous boost to their operational capacity. I know the minister responsible, though not present, is a very compassionate colleague, and I look forward to working together to bring some relief to this hard-working group. My esteemed colleague, the Minister for Agriculture, I note the $1.7 million allocated on the project number, well, first of all, Cost Center 41. You say head, I like to say Cost Center 41. Project number 50265, line item 2102, for the expansion of food crop production. I also note the $1 million grant for the enhancement of food production on the project number 50652. I know the minister has a strong vision for our agricultural sector, and in Choiseul Saltibus, we have the lands and the expertise ready to facilitate sweet potato production on a large scale. On a large scale, member. But I believe we can go even further. I'm lobbying for an opportunity to allow Choiseul farmers to focus on the nuts. Cashew nuts, Mr. Speaker. 10 acres of cashew intercropped with a ground cover crop like peanuts can provide significant economic value to our farmers and add healthy staples to the national plate. You see, if you have the cashews up and then you have the ground cover as peanuts, it prevents weeds and everything, so you get a crop under the crop. You understand? The grass behind the grass. Talking about a crop under the crop. So you have cashew on top and then you have peanuts below. Intercropping. So I really encourage you to look into that. We have the land space, we have the expertise, we have the commitment and discipline to produce in Choiseul. So 10 acres of cashew can be intercropped with peanuts. That can provide significant economic value to our farmers. And I already said, add a healthy plate. There are also Choiseulians eager to venture into large-scale passion fruit production. Passion fruit is a hardy crop that does incredibly well even during dry spells, and member for Denry South, I'm sure, would support me in that regard. Naturally, to make this a success, considerations for irrigation and inputs will be vital. I invite my colleague to partner with us in Choiseul Saltibus so our farmers can seize this opportunity. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, for our youth and sports, I recognize the $1 million allocated for the rehabilitation of sports facilities on the project number 50408, line item 22101. This is vital for modernizing our community grounds. I also acknowledge the recurring grant of $14,000 for the Choiseul Youth and Sports Council. I believe that's an increase. Thank you very much to you and the member for Castries. For you, Mr. Speaker, of course. I also see the $1.3 million allocated for the MSME grant scheme under the Ministry of Commerce for our young entrepreneurs. While I am grateful for the ongoing support, I do note that this is lower than the previous year. I respectfully ask that we work closely together to ensure our resourceful youth and entrepreneurs in Choiseul and Saltibus.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Are strongly supported and fully empowered to navigate these constrained funds. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken at length about the needs of my people, the roads, the bridges, the support for our farmers and our youth. But Mr. Speaker, Choiseul Saltibus is not just a list of needs. It is the home of a vibrant, resilient, and joyful people. It is the cradle of craft. I argue it is the heartbeat of the South. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity through you to extend a personal invitation to you and to every single member in this honorable house. On May 1st, we are bringing jazz back home, back to Choiseul. We will be hosting Choiseul Jazz, a celebration of our local talent, our culture, and our community spirit. We will also have some regional and international artists. And Mr. Speaker, you should really put it on your calendar. We would welcome that. You know you're loved in Choiseul. It would be a profound honor to host you, Mr. Speaker, and all my esteemed colleagues. I mean, to come see for yourselves the incredible people and the beautiful constituency that we are all working so hard to build. Vinny does say country on Western. We have a good country on Western performer there, Mr. Speaker. So additionally, Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, we proposed the construction of a jetty in Choiseul village and a mini stadium in Lafargue. A mini stadium in Lafargue. Yes. These are not explicitly printed in for construction in these estimates this year. But let me be clear to the people of Choiseul, Saltibus, as the Minister for Fiscal Development. I can tell this honorable house that you cannot build a roof before you lay the foundation. We are using the period to do the rigorous, responsible work, the master planning, the environmental assessments, and the engineering designs. We are measuring twice to ensure that we only cut once. While global supply chains and material costs remain volatile, we are not sitting idle. The promise was made, and under this Labour administration, the promise will be kept. Mr. Speaker, my people are patient and they are understanding. They see the work that the administration is doing, and they know that promises made are promises kept. We continue to advocate, we will continue to build, and we will continue to ensure that Choiseul Saltibus remain at the forefront of national development. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I must pause to express my deepest sympathies to all those in Choiseul Saltibus across St. Lucia who have lost loved ones during this recent period. Later today, as a matter of fact, I will be attending the funeral service of one of our well-known constituents, Mr. Ignatius Plant, better known to us in Choiseul as Andui. He was a respected businessman and undoubtedly one of the best tailors Choiseul and St. Lucia ever produced. And Mr. Speaker, if anyone doubts his contribution to this entire country, look no further at his adopted son, who is Kawo. Kawo was trained as a tailor under Andui's steady hands, and for decades he is the gentleman who has been making these fine uniforms for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So I don't know if you all know him. This is the legacy of Choiseul, this is the legacy of Andui, and this is the legacy of our artisans. May the Almighty grant them comfort and peace at this time. Mr. Speaker, no representative does this work alone. I want to thank the good people of my constituency for their unwavering support. Just recently, I received touching messages from two constituents, Deborah and Noelia, expressing their absolute joy over the road repairs in PIA. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity for you to say a massive thank you to the Minister for Infrastructure and his team on their behalf. When we work together, the people rejoice. I must also thank my team on the ground, my constituency executive group, my hardworking constituency office staff, the Choiseul Village Council, the Choiseul Saltibus Events Committee, now doing jazz on May 1st, and a special thank you to even my driver, Mr. Speaker, who navigates every road and every hour to ensure I am exactly where the people need me to be. Tout gens choisir Saltibus, merci un pile. To the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Physical Development and Public Utilities, my permanent secretary, and the hardworking individuals who volunteer their time and expertise on the boards, the statutory corporations under my direct oversight, WASCO, the engineers, the technical staff who must brave the harsh conditions away from home and from their families working around the clock to ensure that we have access to water. Your hard work and professionalism turns our policies into reality, and I thank you. I extend gratitude to my cabinet colleagues for the camaraderie, their wisdom, and the shared vision for this country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I thank my family. I want to place on record a special and profound thank you to my mother, Alexandra Charles. Her prayers, her guidance, and her unconditional love, and the foundation upon which my life is built. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I lend my full and unwavering support to the 2026-2027 estimates of revenue and expenditure. This is a budget that is truly building for the people. This is a blueprint for structural empowerment. But Mr. Speaker, a blueprint needs a master builder. It needs a leader with a steady hand, a clear vision, and a deep love for his people. It needs a Moses, not this one, to guide the nation. I am proud to serve under such a leader, the Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre, and I ask the Almighty to grant us the collective strength stamina, and wisdom to execute his vision. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci un pile, Mr. Speaker, or Dr. Speaker.
I'm sure all members feel my pain in that after that villainous trajectory by the last speaker, to simply call on the next speaker would put me in linguistic jeopardy. I mean, as has been said, erudite discourse necessitates perspicacious articulation. Thus, our transcendent dialogue remains a beacon of intellectual luminosity, eschewing all pleonastic obfuscation. So, who shall be? Who is the next? I can no longer just say the next speaker's constituency. I have to. After that articulation, I have to now call on the member for Beaufort South.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the budget estimates, not out of mere formality, but out of a deep conviction rooted in understanding that the figures were crafted with the interest of the people of St. Lucia and will be ably managed by the steady hands of our Honorable Prime Minister. As I stand to support the estimates, before I move further into the estimates, I want to thank the people of Beaufort South, because at every opportunity I receive, I want to thank the people of Beaufort South for the overwhelming mandate, for record-breaking numbers, and for the landslide victory in Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, Beaufort South has 4 polling divisions, 24 boxes, and I'm glad to report on December 1st, we won every single polling division and polling box in Beaufort South. And I could never forget receiving those results. First results I received was K4. That's the back of there. I heard you said the back of there, honorable member. And they were simply magnificent. And then we moved on, it was K2 first, sorry. And then we moved on to K4, Cantonment and Black Bay. And they were brilliant. And then I received K3. That would have been Larissus and Cedar Heights and Latuni and Daemon. And for the very first time, we performed exceedingly well in K3. And while I was receiving the results from K3, the member from Denry North called me and we were having a conversation. And he said to me, we have not even reached K1, which would be the Mang and Bruceville. And so I'm always happy to the people of Beaufort South for allowing me the opportunity to serve them. And through this transition, as I transition into this new era in my life, to be very, very honest, there are times it would be very difficult. There are times you would be discouraged. But every time I'm faced with challenges and difficulties, I move right back to the morning of December 1st, Mr. Speaker, And I remember those long lines early in the morning. And I remember Mr. Girard from Bruceville and how he held on to the gate even before the polling station was open so that he could cast his ballot. And I remember the gentleman from Cedar Heights walking to the polling station in K3, holding his son, the first-time voter, so that he could bring his son to cast his vote. I remember it and I will never forget it. And every time I feel discouraged, I remember how the people of Vieux Fort South took those long lines so that they can place me in the House of Parliament. And I will never forget Magdalene, who told me, "Là où vivez à Kai Consit, pas oublier nous." And I will never forget the people of Vieux Fort South. And so I want to thank them. Mr. Speaker, as I move on, I want to place some structure to my deliberations. And so by the end of this presentation, I will present a general and thematic examination of the figures in the estimates, and in a real way show why these figures demonstrate high levels of prudence and fiscal responsibility. That's one. Number two, I will examine the projects within my ministry and the responsibility that I was provided guidance upon. And number three, I will dovetail into the various headings and show what is in this budget and how it will contribute to further economic and social and environmental changes in Vieux Fort South. And that should take me an hour. But before I move into my first point, Mr. Speaker, I am a student of Parliament. I love parliamentary debates, and from a very, very early age, I started listening to parliamentary debates. And I had a mother who loved parliamentary debates. She used to prepare very, very early so that at the time she could go and listen to her parliamentary rep, who at the time was Peter Josie. She loved Peter Josie, and then moved on to Kenny Anthony and the rest. And so I'm a student of Parliament. And so I love listening to parliamentary debates. And one of my favorite parliamentarians would be George Odlum. Irrespective of which side, I would listen to parliamentary debates. And George Odlum was one of my favorite parliamentarians. And he had this very crafty way of providing names to a budget. When a budget was presented, he would stand and he would give the budget a name. And I heard the member from Grosile said it. And there was a time he called a budget the Belelesh budget. To the point that I think it was Invader who created this wonderful calypso soca about it. And that was George Odlum for you. But this one I heard. This one I did not hear, but I'm about to share with you. And it's legendary that he also called another budget the bikini budget. And I hope now that I said the bikini budget that our minds have remained in an honorable state as I proceed. And this is what he said about the bikini budget. He said, what it reveals is significant and what it conceals is vital. And so today, this budget, what it reveals is absolutely significant to the people of St. Lucia. But what it conceals is even more vital to the people of St. Lucia, which we will share with you in our policy debates. And while, like George Odlum, I cannot present any fancy characterization, but what I can tell you about this budget is that this budget has a soul. This budget has spirit. This budget has life. And at the fundamental lifeblood of this budget is the central theme of this government, and that is putting people first. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we and every St. Lucian could trust this budget, because at the center, the fulcrum and nerve center of this budget is putting every St. Lucian first. And so I want to provide some general oversights on the figures that was presented to us. In 2026-2027, estimates present a balanced and forward-looking fiscal framework. Total expenditure is projected at approximately $2.91 billion. Revenue and grants are projected at $1.83 billion, reflecting an increase of 6.7%. Tax revenue rises to $1.58 billion, approximately 8.6%, or $125.2 million higher than 2025-2026. And this is a clear indication of a growing and resilient economy. And I don't claim to be any great big guru, any great big economist. You wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you ask me a question about education, and I will be able to answer you most likely. You ask me about economics, I will have to seek scholarly help and scholarly research. And that's what I've done to present these arguments for you this morning. Number two, the actual primary surplus of $75.6 million in 2024-2025 demonstrates that the government's general sufficient revenue to meet its core obligations. In essence, the government is able to pay salaries, settle operational expenses, and maintain public services without resorting to excessive borrowing. And I think the government should be commended for being able to do so. And if anyone is listening, in very, very, very simple terms, in very layman terms, if anyone is listening, this is such a good analogy. If you have a home, you receive your salary, you're able to pay Lucia, you're able to pay Wasco, you're able to provide for your children, you're able to pay your mortgage, and you still have enough money to save, then you know that your family is doing well. And that, in essence, is the government of St. Lucia, is that the government of St. Lucia is able to pay its salaries, settle operational costs, maintain public services without excessive borrowing, and still have a surplus. And which brings me right back to my thematic thrust, that this is a government that you and I could trust with your finances. The projected outturn of $90.1 million in 2025-2026, significantly higher than the approved estimates of $34.6 million, signals stronger than expected revenue performance and prudent expenditure control. This overperformance is a direct reflection of a growing and resilient economy. Even as we move into 2026-2027 with a budget surplus of $38.6 million, the government continues to maintain a positive primary balance. And we heard from the Prime Minister last night, a positive primary balance, ensuring that it can comfortably meet its financial commitments while still investing in national development. In essence, Mr. Speaker, these consistent primary surpluses confirm that the government is living within its means. This is not a government of excess and carelessness. That this government is living within its means, meeting all recurring expenditure. This is a strong indication that St. Lucia's economy is robust, it is stable, and on a sustainable growth path underpinned by sound fiscal discipline and effective management. And to my third point about why we should trust the figures is that the overall balance of negative 0.2% of the GDP indicates a moderate fiscal deficit. but one that remains within the internationally accepted thresholds. Economists and institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank generally consider deficits of up to 3% or 3.5% of the GDP to be manageable and sustainable, particularly for developing and small island economies. Within the OECS, of which St. Lucia is part of, a deficit around this level is also reviewed as prudent, especially with its support of growth-enhancing investment. At negative 0.2%, St. Lucia is below the benchmark, signaling a fiscal expansion is controlled, targeted, and not excessive. And so in summary of those 3 points, we could say again that we could trust this government with the figures because one, the country is actively investing in development while maintaining its fiscal discipline and its fiscal posture. Two, the deficit is not a sign of distress, but rather a strategic spending within safe limits. And I will repeat this so that we'll understand that the deficit shows that this is not a sign of distress, but rather a strategic spending within safe limits. And three, combined with strong primary surpluses, it reflects a balanced approach, growth with responsible, reinforcing view that the economy is stable, credible, and resilient. And based on these points, we could safely say that we could trust the government of St. Lucia, we could trust the estimates, we could trust the Prime Minister of St. Lucia to navigate us, even if turbulent times should come, of his fiscal discipline, his prudence, and his wonderful track record of excellent stewardship over the finances of St. Lucia. And so now I move into the second part of my presentation, which I will begin with the ministry, the Department of Education and Digital Transformation, Head 52. And there we will comb through the department and other departments to see how this budget not only benefits the ministry and the responsibilities that have been given direct guidance over, but how does it benefit the people of Beaufort South? And what should the people of Beaufort South look forward to in this upcoming fiscal year? And I want to begin with the project Early Childhood Education and Service. $407,253 provisions have been made for wages to facilitate the payment of August wages for cooks and daycare staff. Now this is vital and this is important to the livelihoods of our cooks and our daycare staff at the early childhood centers. As we moved around, and this is a government that listens, as we move around, there were great concerns because these people have lives to live in August. They have children to send to school. WASCO will not tell them that it's August, that you could take 1 month off. No, their lives continue, their recurring expenditures continue, and I'm pleased to inform the nation, and I'm pleased to inform our cooks and our daycare staff that they will receive, that provisions have been made for the August wages, because this is a government that absolutely listens to the plights and to the concerns. Still in early childhood development and protection, $1,050,000 is allocated for early childhood programming, psychosocial support services, disaster risk management, training, marketing, advertising, and purchasing of equipment. Now, in all of what I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, there is one that captures my attention, and I think is very, very important for the children of Beaufort South, and that is the psychosocial support afforded to the psychosocial support that will be afforded to the children, to early childhood children in this budget. Whether we like it or not, there is a deep honesty in knowing or even admitting that our children come from all walks of life. And our children are faced with all levels of difficulties. Levels of difficulties and challenges that they did not ask for, that they did not put upon themselves, but they have been faced with it. And I believe the psychosocial support that we afford them, so that they do not lose their emotional balance, so that they do not lose their emotional equilibrium, it is important. And so this is not this is not a futile investment, it's a necessary investment. And I feel, based on all of what the children of Beaufort South have been faced with, that this provision is necessary for the development, and it's necessary as they move on and as they grow and as they develop into years ahead. And so I commend the government for this project in early childhood education. Let me quickly move on to technical and vocational training. I should just tell the people of Beaufort South, anything that I did not say here, I will address it in the policy debate, because I have lots of things to mention. Technical and vocational training and technical training, $250,000, $250,000 of grants and contributions and subvention for human and operational support to the National Skills Development Center. And I am very, very happy for this grant, for this contribution, because we have an NSDC in Beaufort South. And I've always thought to myself, in all honesty, that I need the people, the young people of Beaufort South, to make greater use of what is offered at the NSDC program in Beaufort South. CVQ training, CVQ certification in bartendering, in nail technician, in customer service, in plumbing, in electrical work. And so I want to encourage, I'm happy for this, because it keeps NSDC alive. And if it keeps NSDC alive, then it keeps the NSDC in Beaufort South alive. And if it keeps the NSDC in Beaufort South alive, then there is great hope for the young people of Beaufort South and for the people of Beaufort South. And so I want to make it abundantly and pellucidly clear that you make great use of NSDC, of what is offered at NSDC. Even further, in TVET transformation, $1,500,000 allocated for TVET training, for TVET schools. You would know, Mr. Speaker, that we have 4 flagship programs: the School of Construction and Heritage, the School of Technology, and I want to encourage members of Parliament and the public to start using the terms. You have to. The use of the work of Honorable Member, the School of Technology and Innovation, the School of Agriculture and Culinary Arts, and the School of Arts, Media and Design. I did well, Honorable Member? Thank you very much. And so, we've given funding for upgrade in equipment, marketing and promotion, acquisition and validation of operational standards, procurement supplies and material, training of teachers. I would just stop on the training of teachers. To be effective in education, you must be in a perpetual state of transformation, because education continues to evolve, education continues to change, and for you to be an effective educator, you must be always ready to respond to the changes that are taking place. And this government is not only offering lip service, but we're saying we've given you the flagship, we've given you the infrastructure, we've given you the technical support, but we want to take it a bit further because there might be further training for teachers, major retrofitting that needs to take place. You will need adjunct staff. You might need assistance in branding and rebranding the various TVET schools so that you could carry out with efficiency and effectiveness the various flagships that have been attached to the schools. And so the member from Choiseul Saltibus, you'll be very, very happy because that's where the School of Construction and Heritage is. The member for Miku South, you will give him the good news because that's where the School of Technology and Innovation is. I'm quite aware that he's not there, but you'll give him the news. The member from Denry North and the member from Castries South, I believe. So excellent work in TVET. And which brings me to my next point underneath head 52, which is special education service. I've said it before and I will say it again, that special education is one of the hot projects of the Prime Minister. And I'm not surprised that it's one of the hot projects of the Prime Minister, because the very essence of the man is serving people and putting people first, and is really the very essence of every member of cabinet. And so an additional provision of $403,000 is approved under grants, contributions, and subvention in support of social groups or organization. And so we can begin to see the distribution will be as follows. Donata School, $83,000. Special Education Center, Viewfort, $80,000. Soufrière, member for Soufrière, $80,000. Lady Goddard Opportunity Center, School for the Deaf, $80,000. School for the Blind, $80,000. And so the government of St. Lucia is ensuring that our students will live with special needs, that they are well taken care of. But that's not all for special needs, you know. We came here to work. We came here to ensure that our children are well taken care of. Program for Education Realignment and Transformation, the PUT program, and we heard it from the Prime Minister last night again, $3,079,693 allocated for this program. And what does this program involve? I will come to the last point. I'll come to the first point last. This program involves procurement and construction of a block at Soufrière Comprehensive, procurement and construction for a new Donata School, and Soufrière is well highlighted here, you know. Construction of a new school for Donata, and thankfully procurement and construction of a new school for Viewfort Special Ed Center. And I've said it before and I will say it again, that they are exceptional workers with an exceptional staff and an exceptional principal, and doing magic with whatever is given to them. And so I think the time is right so that we could give them the best opportunity, the best environment, so that they could thrive. But just before I move on to another point in special education, there is a salient point that I want to make. I think, and I will make it even further in the policy address, but I think the time has passed where we must begin to change the narrative on the discussion on how we refer to each other, especially when we refer to each other using learning disabilities as insults to each other. I think the narrative must change. Let me put it very, very simply. There is everything wrong in looking at another person, and because the person made an error, that you say, you must be autistic, man. There is everything wrong with that. We must begin to change the narrative. There is absolutely everything wrong because somebody made an error to take a learning disability and then to characterize that person or to categorize that person based on the learning disability. And I think we must begin to change the culture, we must begin to change the conversation, because if you're honest, and I see it sometimes on social media, and sometimes I wonder to myself, the very same persons who post these things, they must have children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, maybe parents that suffer with learning disabilities, and we must begin to show greater levels of respect. He's still under special education, strengthening systems and expanding opportunities for learners with special needs. This is a free targeted special needs school, to target free special needs schools, Dennery, Lady Goddard, and Soufrière. And the first component, and the first component, which entails increasing the physical space of one special ed school to enroll larger numbers. Component 2, to retrofit schools to include specialized classroom. Component 3 includes the building capacity of teachers, principals. Let me just go back to component 2, the retrofitting of classrooms to include students with special needs. There is a wonderful school in Dennery North, Oleon, that has given such great support. No, Oleon, I know what I say. And the principal has given us such great support that she has said to us that she's opening the school and she's making it available in any way to transform into an inclusive school so that students could join mainstream school. And I think that principal should be commended for her vision, and she should be commended for having heart. And so I want to thank her for that. And she has the backing and support of the Ministry of Education that will give her all the support to make sure that inclusive education is a reality. And not only inclusive education, but equity in inclusive education is a reality in Oleon. But that's the kind of people you will get from Dennery North. That's the kind of people, and I say that because I will go to infrastructure in a while, because these are people who give, these are people with heart, these are people with great likability. Mr. Speaker, still underneath education, I want to also pay very, very close attention enhancing school security, and I see here enhancing the perimeters, the exterior lighting installation, and CCTV cameras in six schools. And I want to make a very passionate plea. that Vieux-Fort South be considered in those schools when it comes to security and when it comes to making schools safer. And I have a feeling that this said 6 schools, that's why I chuckled, you know. And I have a feeling that these 6 schools might just serve as a pilot, and then we will expand even greater as long as the funds are made available. I will present a concept view of digital transformation underneath the policy address. But I want members to know that underneath the ICT integration project, that $2,300,000 has been allocated for the continuation of the project, and you would be pleased to know that teachers are now included in the receiving of Chromebook devices for Form 1 students, teachers, and the development of smart rooms. I move very quickly because I know time is against me. There is much more underneath education, which I will address later on. But I move very quickly to Head 53, Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Nutrition. Let me first thank the Minister of Health for the Christmas bonus to the staff of St. Jude's in the sum of $238,000. I believe the staff of St. Jude's, they are very, very special. They've worked underneath sometimes very strange conditions, and they have given excellent work. They have given excellent medical care. And I think I want to thank you for the Christmas bonus on their behalf. You're waiting and you're anticipating because you believe I will ask you for another one, but I shall not. I shall not. I just came here to thank you. I want to also thank you for the $1,723,071 that was made available for the recommissioning of St. Jude's, and would have been vital in training of staff, critical hires, and really digitizing the medical records. And so I want to thank you for making those allocations. But even more importantly, as we look at health in Beaufort South, I see a great increase, and now you have ensured that we have $37,760,630 have been allocated to St. Jude's for transitioning expenses, salaries, wages, and allowances increase as per the collective agreement. And I think that this is a minister of sensitivity, this is a minister with heart, and this is a minister that has the health of the nation first and foremost in his mind. And so I want to thank you on behalf of Beaufort South, on behalf of the people of the workers of St. Jude's, for making this allocation to St. Jude's Hospital. And this is important. Transitioning expenses. I have a feeling that this will be very, very important. And you heard from the Prime Minister last night that very, very soon we will have patients at New St. Jude's, and the transitioning process will continue to happen. And I've always told Beaufortians, as I move around from December 1st, even now, as I move around, because I'm still on the campaign trail, as I move around, I've always told people from Beaufort South to be very, very patient, because moving from George Odlum Stadium to St. Jude's Hospital, it's not an overnight matter. It's a very delicate and delicate process, and even dedicated process as well. It's not like you're moving from one house to the next. You move your fridge, you move your stove, you move your food. No, you're moving patients, and you're moving patients with various difficulties and with various illnesses. And time does not stop when you're moving the patients, because as you move patients, it does not mean that you're not getting new patients, because time does not stop. And so we must be very, very patient as we move patients from George F.L. Charles, from George Odlum Stadium, to New St. Jude's. And so we thank you for this allocation. But the transitioning and moving of patients is very, very important to the people of Beaufort South for a number of reasons. Not because the people of Beaufort South will get a new hospital, but when the transition is complete, the people of Beaufort South will be earmarked to get a new George Odlum Stadium. And so that is important. The transition is important because one depends on the other. And so when the full transition takes place, we will have wonderful conversation with my comrade and friend, the Minister of Sports. We will use his influence to leverage with the Minister for Economic Development. You knew I would have called you, looking away. To leverage with the Minister for Economic Development, with the Prime Minister, because there are various spotting concerns that must be addressed in Vieux Fort South, and if I have to use one of the phrases of the member from Labrie, with lightning rapidity. we must address it, because I think the people they've been very patient. I've been using that word a lot this morning. Very, very patient. And one would include the Vieux Fort Philip Maslin grounds, the covering of the grounds, and really the transformation of the grounds to look like a grounds that is 2026 friendly and progressive. And so that's one area. And then I get a lot of calls from the young people in Vieux Fort for the basketball court in Black Bay and for the basketball court in Vieux Fort. But I look over here and I see great optimism. No level of distress or disconcern, but great optimism. And so we will have that conversation. We'll have that conversation further. But even greater to what I am discussing here, we must again go back to the point that as patients completely transition from the George Odlum Stadium, then it gives us the opportunity to rebrand sports in Vieux Fort South. It gives us the opportunity to bring levels of great efficiency when it comes to sports back to Vieux Fort South. It gives us the opportunity to have a state-of-the-art football facility and racetrack. And I would stop here again to punctuate the beauty of this moment and let the entire nation know that Vieux Fort South in the Island Champs won the Vieux Fort Comprehensive Secondary School male. I almost said we won. won the male division. And the young ladies didn't do too badly. I think they came second. But I always make this point, which we must revise. I always make this point that if you should add the points for the males, and I see even members in the lobby rolling their eyes, that if you should add the points for the males and add the points of the females, then we would be just like the member for Denry North. It would be 4 in a row for Vieux Fort Comprehensive Secondary School. And so I think I think we should really pay very, very close attention so that we could make this change available. No, we're not adding these. Okay, so that's underneath sport. Then we move to head 46, Department of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture, and Heritage. And there is one project underneath this that I want the people of Vieux Fort South to pay very, very close attention to, and that is there it is. And that is community tourism. And I heard you speaking about community tourism. $300 million have been allocated for community tourism. And underneath the micro and small and medium enterprise, a provision for accommodation, catering, with a focus on specific communities. Okay, so community tourism wants to improve the competitiveness of the tourism industry by addressing various issues and various challenges that our local business people face. And Vieux Fort South is highlighted there. It says communities such as Grosile, Ancillary, Soufrière, Choiseul, Labrie, and I'm happy that I arrived at Vieux Fort South. And I want the young people and I want the business-minded people, the tourist-minded people of Vieux Fort South to pay very, very close attention to this project, because I want them to make maximum use of this project. And how it will assist them: providing improved access to finance to develop SMME products in food and beverage, as well as recreation and tourism accommodation. Facilitate the capacity building of community-based tourism. And that is vital for tourism in Beaufort South, because we've heard the conversations about tourist ships wanting to come to Beaufort South. Many years ago, I told you I'm a student of Parliament. Beaufort South has been called the new frontier so many times, and many promises about increasing tourism activity in Beaufort South. And I've always said that the discussion is excellent, the potential is brilliant, but the community of Beaufort must be tourism ready. It must be tourism ready, and it's an excellent investment to make Beaufort South tourism ready. The beaches need to be tourism ready. We already have the wonderful natural scenery, but they need to be tourism ready. Lifeguards and proper facilities and recreational facilities, security, and also the lands in Beaufort South, which I will come to later on, must be owned by the people of Beaufort South, because as you have increased tourist activity, as you have increased investment, the people of Beaufort South need to be secure in their hearts and in their minds that their lands will remain for them, the people of Beaufort South. So I want our people in Beaufort South to pay very, very close attention to community tourism. It will be a means of job creation. It will be a means of expanding on the skill set. It will be a means of rebranding the very ethos and the very outlook of Beaufort South. And so I want them to pay very, very close attention to community tourism and the funds available in community tourism. Which now brings me to a very interesting head 43, the Ministry of Infrastructure.
You have 15 minutes left.
That's a prophetic 15 minutes, like member from Choiseul. But 15 minutes it is, Mr. Speaker. Which brings me to head 43, Ministry of Infrastructure, Port Services and Energy. And I know that he did not disappear because he did not hear what I want to say, but he disappeared. But even if he disappeared, I'll call him. He's my good friend. He's my good friend. And underneath the road safety project, $560,000 have been allocated underneath the road safety project. And that includes installation of traffic control devices, signs, signal, roads, designs, marking, and barriers. And I also wanted to encourage the Minister of Infrastructure, tell him that it's excellent, but I also wanted to encourage the Minister of Infrastructure that he could also combine with the Ministry of Education, and such a project should be extended especially to school zones for safety and security, making sure we have proper lights. What are they called? The lights? The lights at the school. No? The lights signaling that you're nearing a school, and signs showing that you're nearing a school zone, and signs saying that you should reduce your speed because you're nearing a school zone. And then the persons in charge to help our students, especially our students in early childhood, to cross the streets. We should make it a national project, because I believe it's necessary for the safety of our children, for the safety of our schools, our principals, and our teachers. So that project, again, is vital to the people of Vieux-Fort South. And then we come underneath the RIM project. $6 million has been allocated to the ministry. You just said $3 million to the people in Cedar Heights. and we've had that conversation before, and again, the dialogue continues. But I really believe that special attention needs to be paid to the people and to the residents of Cedar Heights when it comes to, no, that's not where I'm from. When it comes, I'm from the Mang. When it comes to the construction of roads in Cedar Heights, I believe the residents, they've been very, very, very patient. I think they've been very, very understanding. They've had continued dialogue with the past parliamentary representative. They continue to have wonderful dialogues with me. And I find that irrespective of their roads, they're exceedingly still pleasant to their parliamentary representative. And I want to thank them for that. And I was pleasantly surprised, Mr. Speaker, that even irrespective of the roads, again, got up very early in the morning and they went to cast their ballot for this government. And I think the time has come for us to tell the people of Cedar Heights, thank you that we're taking care of your roads, which is really a very basic necessity, and they should be taken care of. The next thing underneath, or the next project underneath the Ministry of Infrastructure, Port Services and Energy will be the Caribbean Connectivity and Logistic Regional Program, $706,393. And that project really is for port services to encourage connectivity, logistics, and Vieux-Fort South plays a vital role and an important role in connectivity. And I want to urge the minister with responsibility for infrastructure, and I want to urge the minister with responsibility for port services and SLASPA to pay very, very close attention to the ports in Vieux-Fort South. Pay very close attention to the ports in Vieux-Fort South, how the ports of Vieux-Fort South, and I see the Minister for Economic Development nodding his head in approval because he understands the substance of what I am saying. He's back. And so I'll repeat myself, to pay very close attention to the roads in Cedar Heights, because I believe the people have been very, very patient, and to pay very, very close attention to the ports in Vieux-Fort South, because I really believe the ports could change the entire economic landscape of not only the South, but nationally. And then in the policy address, I will also mention the Hiranora International Project. And again, I have great confidence because the Prime Minister mentioned it as a capital project. And when the Prime Minister mentions a project, you are pleased and you are buoyed and you have great confidence that it will take place. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, I believe now I have about 7 minutes or left. 15 a while ago? Well, about 12 minutes now.
You have 9.
Permit me.
Yeah,
9. Permit me to move head number 48, Housing, Local Government, and Urban Renewal. And the Housing Assistance Program project, $1 million allocated for the Housing Assistance Project. And again, this is a necessity for the people of Vieux-Fort South. And I believe every parliamentarian here will know how important this project is. On any given constituency day, you know, I see you advertising constituency day all the time. On any given constituency day, you met with so many requests, and a lot of those requests will be premised or will be predicated on housing assistance. And so I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, and I want to also encourage the Minister with responsibility for housing to make special allocations and to pay special attention to the people of Beaufort South. Now, this is not only a project for housing, you know. For me, this is a project, and I said it before when I started, that this budget has soul. This budget has spirit. This budget has life. And that the lifeblood of this budget is putting people first. And for me, this is a putting people first project because of the spirit and life and lifeblood of this budget. But let me quickly just segue into the government lands, the crown lands. I am pleased to report to the people I'm pleased to report to the people of Beaufort South that crown lands will be made available, a promise made by this government, and it's a promise kept by this government. And to date, I see my friend here telling me Bagay Bell. And to date, I have received letters to give out 40 lots in cantonment, 16 lots in Diamond, 19 lots in Latuni, and 35 lots in Larishus. My first order of business next week after this budget, after cabinet, is to present these lots, hand deliver those letters to each constituent of Beaufort South. I do not know if you remember, and I'm doing it in real Oprah Winfrey style, you know. You know when Oprah Winfrey did, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. In Beaufort South, you get a lot, you get a lot, you get a lot. And this is a promise made by the government of St. Lucia, and this is a promise kept by the government of St. Lucia. And I remember that I stood on the field in cantonment during the campaign, and I spoke about the lands in cantonment, and I told the people in cantonment that the lands will be made available to them, not only because it is good to have land allocated to you, but for your social mobility and for your upliftment and for your empowerment. I told them so, and I'm happy that I could live up to that promise for the people of cantonment and for the people and for the rest of the people of Beaufort South.
Let me promise you only have 5 minutes left. Huh?
That's a promise from a politician or the speaker. and then I want to also make it clear that when it comes to parish lands, and that's for mainly the residents of the Bakade area, K2, that notifications have gone out as required by law, and the next step is to survey those lands in an effort to regularize parish lands to be acquired by the state, and subsequently made provisions, and subsequently those titles will be made available to the people of the Bakade area. I believe there are about 19 lots as well. So we in the process of acquiring those lands, those parish lands, and giving it to the people of the Bakade area, because again, promise made and promise and promise and promise kept. And finally, Mr. Speaker, CDP, the CDP funds, I have not seen what will be allocated to me, Mr. You just pointed to the Prime Minister. I have not seen what has been allocated to me, but you must remember that we won Beaufort South with record-breaking numbers. And then you must remember, this is where, if it's so Gersile, and you must, I'm going to pull the friend card now. You must remember that we are friends. And so with the projects for CDP, my focus really will be the assistance for the Beaufort South Fish Night. We're currently going massive renovations in the fisheries. thanks to the wonderful commitment of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. She made that available to us, and I want to thank her for that. The funds will also be used for youth skill training, because again, I believe in transforming the quality of life of our citizens. The quality of life projects, the improvement to social gatherings, safety, beautification, aesthetics, and social projects and youth development projects. That will be my focus for our CDP allocations. I believe that my 5 minutes is up, but before I take my seat, I want to place on record my full confidence in the budget, in the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and I want to place even further confidence in the man who will lead us through those estimates and through those time, the Honorable Prime Minister. And as I take my seat, I want to remind the entire nation that this budget is for the people of St. Lucia, because this budget has life, this budget has a soul, this budget has spirit. Thank you very much.
Member for Mico North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon with a deep sense of gratitude. Yes, it's afternoon already. And with a deep sense of humility, Mr. Speaker, and responsibility as I lend my support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2026-2027. And whilst I was waiting for them to turn on my mic, Mr. Speaker, I heard one member shout, "Set my road." I heard another shouting, "When playing field." I heard one shouting, "Jazza Vierge." And I'm happy with these utterances, Mr. Speaker, because it means that the members in here knows, according to my friend from Labrie, that Micoud North is a constituency that is development sensitive. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy that my colleagues here do share that sentiment. Friendship sensitive. Thank you, member for Viewford North. Mr. Speaker, before I move any further, I would like to take this opportunity to, albeit it was yesterday, to wish my mother, Marika, and my sister, Tuvani, a very happy birthday. I believe it is indeed a gift to have a child on your birthday. So yesterday, my mother and my sister celebrated their birthday. So I want to wish them the happiest of birthdays. And she got an even better gift 7 days after her own birthday, and that's her only begotten son, Jeremiah Norbert. Mr. Speaker, my name is Jeremiah Norbert. That's my name, Mr. Speaker. And I am the proud parliamentary representative for Mico North. I said Jeremiah Norbert, the proud parliamentary representative for Mico North. And the emphasis is on Jeremiah, not the Norbert, Mr. Speaker. And one may ask, where is Mico North? Where? And I dare to say that very soon that question will no longer be asked. because it is my firm belief that Micoud North will become a place that every resident and visitor to these shores will not only know, but will also make it their duty to experience. And hence you heard the member shouting Jaza Vierge when I was standing, and I heard others said that they've already experienced Monipo and Micoud North in ways that some of us here will never get a chance or an opportunity to do. And I'm speaking about the member for another North, then North. And I'm happy that he's staying here today, because unlike when the member for Vieux-Fort South was making this contribution, he escaped so he could not hear what he needed on the head 43. And that's the head that's most clear in my head. Just because some of my colleagues may be listening and say, Mr. El Bava, but let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that when I made that decision on October 30th, that would never be. In terms of resources, we're talking about chalk and cheese, Mr. Speaker. I did not have any prominent family name, neither did I have any long-standing political lineage. And I did not pass around, Mr. Speaker, asking anybody to make videos for me, to endorse me, and to ask people to vote for me. Rather, what I had was a clean heart, Mr. Speaker. I had a clear conscience and a burning and unshakable desire and passion to see my constituency and the people of my constituency do better. What I had was a degree of resilience I also had a character which was molded in such a way which caused me to appreciate people and not positions. And up to a day like today, Mr. Speaker, when I show you who my friends are, to the disappointment of others, they believe my friends, I should have more friends wearing suits. And Mr. Speaker, again, I tell you, I respect people and not positions. And I had the fear of God in my heart. And this caused me to do the right thing, not when I was in public spaces, Mr. Speaker, because I do understand that camouflage does not hide you from God. I had a godfather who did not have money, but always had good advice. And he would tell me that I should not allow my current circumstances, Mr. Speaker, knowing that I came from very humble beginnings, to determine my final destination. I had a grandmother who made it a business, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I greeted everyone and I said thank you for everything. And though these things may seem small, I can tell you that it helped build my character and it helped me become the man that I am today. And those who know me personally will tell you that I am not fazed by much, yet I am still moved by little. So, Mr. Speaker, you may be asking, where am I going with all of this? Why am I not getting to the substance of the matter before us. And the reason for me telling you all that, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon is not to glorify my own life journey, but to make a point that if parents continue to raise their children with these values and understanding, it will really bring us closer to achieving a feat of being a resilient nation and a resilient people. And we are living in uncertain times, Mr. Speaker. We are living in times that demand you to have people who understand the importance and definition of resilience. We are living in times that are going to call for all of us here and those listening to make sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. The uncertainty of tomorrow brought about by the current geopolitical situation requires us as a people to come together as St. Lucians and put our differences aside and work with one another to preserve that little space, that little island that we call ours, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that if we decide to put our heads together, as done before, we can achieve greatness. Mr. Speaker, growing up in Micoud North, it puzzled me as a young man that my constituency, my beautiful constituency, a constituency which once held this country together economically in the heydays, in the days of the banana era, had been reduced to what it was. It troubled me that Micoud North, when I have conversations with the member for ancillary canneries, we speak about making that transition and removing our constituency, removing the label of Poorest 1 and Poorest 2 for the two constituencies, Mr. Speaker. It troubled me that a community which produced some of the best footballers and cricketers on Ireland was now struggling to host a game. And a member from Choiseul can tell you, even in his time before politics, when there was Black Hat and all the other activities, Miku was one of the most dominant teams in football. And Mr. Speaker, these days, notwithstanding the resources that I pump into the Miku senior team, I am still struggling to get a place in the semi-professional league for Miku or for Monrepo, Mr. Speaker. So it speaks to the talent that has not been nurtured and the avenues that have not been put in place for these individuals to nurture their talent and continue to grow. And I know that I have quite a bit of work to do, but I trust that with the help of the Minister for Sports, that I will be able to get Miku back on top. Ancillary canneries boast the total opposite. Right now they have two teams in the first division. Congratulations to you, member. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it also bothered me growing up. It bothered me to know, and I said that during my first term, when I was campaigning, I said it is unfair that 95% of the tourists who come to this country via airlines who land at Yohanara International Airport, most of them commute from south, east, then to the north. And Mr. Speaker, the harsh reality is that more often than not, they have absolutely no reason to stop in the Miku area. And their first point of expenditure is at the Madeli viewpoint in Denry. And Mr. Speaker, I said that the time to change this is now, and I'm happy that we are working to change this. So I say all that, Mr. Speaker, to say that I solemnly believe that one day myself and other Mikudians will be able to lean back in our chairs, Mr. Speaker, and say that we played our part in making Micoud North the envy of constituencies in St. Lucia. And when I go a little further into my presentation this afternoon, you will get a clearer picture of where I intend to take this constituency with the help of each of my colleagues inside of here, Mr. Speaker, but more importantly with the help of the member for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Micoud North from the bottom of my heart for reposing their confidence in me on December 1st, 2025, and for entrusting me with the responsibility of representing them in this honorable house for a second term. And Mr. Speaker, I say second term because I remember the narrative among opposition members that I won the election through sympathy votes. Mr. Speaker, in a time when I was going through an ordeal and my trauma, it was said that, oh, the people of Mikuna felt sorry for me, and that is why they voted me the first time. But don't worry, come next election, we will take our seat back. I do not know what is our seat. Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing I can tell you, is that Micoud North is staying with the St. Lucia Labour Party. I want to let them know and assure them that I will take the responsibility with the utmost seriousness, and I will continue to do my best to advance a vision that is inclusive, one that is practical and rooted in opportunity for every household across our constituency. I want to thank my friends, my family, my campaign manager, my campaign team, my executive, my constituency office staff, Mr. Speaker, my youth group, and all the other persons who were involved in the campaign last election. And I must make special, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I told you that I know that Micoud North is staying with Labour, because I must make special mention of the children in my constituency who, for though they cannot vote, Mr. Speaker, their presence was felt throughout the length and the breadth of the campaign. And Mr. Speaker, to date, if I were to go to the Micoud Primary School or the Monaco Pastures Combined School, you will certainly hear chants, Jeremiah, Jeremiah. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, if you are able to touch the hearts of the children, I can guarantee you that you're going to impact the hearts of the parents. And the excitement brings me hope that Micoud North is staying with Labour. So, Speaker, the debate on estimates of revenue and expenditure, though traditional in its nature, goes beyond a financial exercise. Rather, Mr. Speaker, it is a statement of direction. It reflects where we are as a people, but more importantly, where we are going. And Micoud North must not only keep pace with national development, but it must also play its part in ensuring that it defines national development, Mr. Speaker. And I dare borrow from my colleague and say again, Mr. Speaker, that Micoud North has become a development-sensitive constituency. And I'm hoping that each colleague will play their part in ensuring that we get our fair share of that development. Mr. Speaker, our focus, therefore, is on redefining the social fabric of our community by ensuring that central government projects and policies are meaningfully translated into tangible benefits for our people. Mr. Speaker, after reviewing the figures in the estimates, I must say, from very early in the book, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know if I had time to get to page 30. I was already smiling, and I know if you took a look at the book, Mr. Speaker, that you too would be smiling, because I see, I think somewhere on page 93 to be exact, Head 21, Office of the Prime Minister, an allocation in the sum of $500,000 to be used for the renovation of the Parliament building. And after having shared the chair with you, and having bestowed the title of Deputy Speaker Emeritus, Mr. Speaker, I think I don't take anything away from you, member for Denry South, but I know that I will always be welcome into the office of the Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. I want to say that I welcome this inclusion in the estimates, and I look forward to the day where we can have a modern, I know that this provision, Mr. Speaker, is to do repairs, but I really look forward to the day where we have, when you go to Trinidad, Mr. Speaker, and you see the Red House, and you go to other parliaments in the region, Mr. Speaker, I really crave to see that day where we in St. Lucia can boast that we have a state-of-the-art parliament where accessibility is given serious consideration. Under the same head, on page 90, I noticed that there is an amount in the sum of $1.2 million for the distress fund. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I really welcome the continuation of this. I welcome it because only last week I was able to visit one of my constituents in the village of Micoud who had suffered a loss because of fire. And Mr. Speaker, she was expressing how grateful she was because of the assistance that she received from the distress fund. And I remember that there was a time, Mr. Speaker, not under this current administration, where the Central Labour Party had 6 members sit in Parliament, and they were crying and making noise for the reinstatement of the distress fund. Not because, Mr. Speaker, they wanted to put, at the time that they wanted to put any pressure on the opposition, but because they understood the importance and the value brought about by having such a fund in place. And I know that my constituents are extremely grateful to the Prime Minister for continuing with the distress fund, because right now I have quite a few constituents who have benefited from this fund, Mr. Speaker. So I was very happy to see the continuation and the figure of $1.2 million. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, when you remove figures or when you remove programs, Mr. Speaker, that directly benefit the most marginalized and the most vulnerable people in this country. Because the truth is, those people who benefit from the distress fund are those people who really and truly cannot afford insurance. Most times it is a single mother who is in a 12 by 16 plywood structure. Most times a young man just trying to start up his home. And when you remove, I ask myself whether someone with a conscience, how can you sit in a room and take a decision to remove such an important allocation from the estimates of revenue and expenditure, Mr. Speaker? So I'm extremely grateful to the member of Fisheries for ensuring that immediately upon assuming office in 2021, he reinstated the program, and I have quite a few constituents who are grateful as well because they have been beneficiaries of the distress fund. Mr. Speaker, Mikunov has been an agricultural belt way before my very own existence. We have farmers from Mao to Despointes, to Wayon, Pelouge, Piton, Miné, several other places in La Pointe, Mr. Speaker. We have farmers all around the constituency. And these farmers, they build their homes, they send their children to school, they build their fortunes, Mr. Speaker, on the proceeds derived from their farms. And during the last term, with the now Deputy Speaker, who at the time was serving as the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we were able to provide agricultural supplies, fertilizer, oil, plants, water tanks, among other things, Mr. Speaker, to most of the farmers in my constituency. And I remember there was even a time where the compassionate leader, the member for Castries East, decided to compensate farmers, Mr. Speaker, for something, for some eventuality that had absolutely nothing to do with the government. But he decided to find it within his heart and to compensate the farmers. And with his help, I was able, Mr. Speaker, to do some major works on the Maho Road. And these days I can tell you that things looking so nice on the Maho Road, Mr. Speaker. Anytime you go up there on the weekend and you get to the bridge, there's always a river lime happening at Maho right now. Prior to that, Mr. Speaker, but today you have, Mr. Speaker, and the truth is the condition of the road was just impassable. Four-wheel drives was struggling. And you know they bring some big vehicles down for independence, Mr. Speaker. Mao was an area they went to test them to see whether they could navigate through the Mao Road. That's how bad the roads were, Mr. Speaker. Right now, you can have a sports car, a bicycle, a scooter, whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, and you are able to go up the Mao Road. So I want to thank the member for Castries East, and I know that the person who is most pleased about this is Lady Compton. And I say that because, Mr. Speaker, I saw her firsthand carrying stones in the back of a vehicle and stopping by each pothole, Mr. Speaker. And poor Joe, to see her take these little stones and put them in the holes, Mr. Speaker, because she just wanted to go to her garden. And I'm happy to say that this is no more. She can now go and get anybody to bring her, and if she wants to walk or jog, she can decide to walk or jog to the garden. who we call Patch. I went to as far as his farm. And what really amazed me, Mr. Speaker, is the number of farmers that I saw on their farms working when I took the drive up to the wire road. So having said that, I want to invite the Minister of Agriculture one of these good days to take a drive up the wire road with me so you can see the volume of farming that is happening there, and hopefully you can provide some assistance to the farmers who occupy the lands in this area. It shows that the passion is still there. However, we need not just the access, but a little more inputs and a little more incentives for the farmers there so that they can increase their yield. And I want to tell the farmers from Wayo that the member for Denry North has assured me that in very short order that we will be doing the verges, we'll be clearing the verges of the Wayo Road. So rest assured that in short order we will be clearing the verges of the Wayo Road in order to bring some relief to the farmers up there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the head, on page 216 of the estimates, on the head 41, Department of Agriculture, expansion of crop production. And I heard the member for Denry South earlier in his presentation today speak about there's an allocation of I think $1.695 million. The project is coming to an end December of this year, but I think there lies an opportunity for some of the farmers in my constituency to still benefit from this initiative. So I want to encourage the farmers in my constituency to take maximum advantage of this program, and because you know we are a community that thrives, Mr. Speaker, on agriculture. I also want to speak about, Mr. Speaker, the fishing industry. Again, under the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the few constituencies in remember well, you remember the mockery some members of the opposition tried to make of the washroom facility for the fishers of Miku. And Mr. Speaker, we also built the building that is going to house the ice machine. And only yesterday I spoke to the permanent secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture who guaranteed me that in very short order we should be getting the free phase electricity connection so that we can actually start to operationalize the ice machine. He said that he is already in conversation with Lucilec and waiting on one document from Lucilec. So I want to tell the fishers of Miku to just exercise a little more patience. Very soon you will be having your ice machine connected and in full operation, and you'll be able to get ice right there on the Miku Bay. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have secured funds and erected signs for an administrative or cooperative building for the Miku fishers. And we have raised the pegs to begin the official construction. And I noticed that there's an amount of $800,000, and I've heard several other members who spoke before me this morning. Well, I think each member made mention of the $800,000 for the $800,000 to be utilized for, I think, the rehabilitation or repairs to fishing facilities. One of the things that gives me hope is that there are no fishing facilities in the constituency of the now minister. So, as it were in the former government, Mr. Speaker, it was a little more challenging to get the allocation to come down to Miku North, but I know it's only rivers and ravines. Only rivers and ravines in the constituency of Anzaji. In the constituency of the member for Castries Southeast. So I feel a little more confident now, Mr. Speaker, that Miku North will get their fair share of that allocation, because now I don't have to negotiate with the member for Dennery South. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that a huge chunk of this allocation is to be utilized for the construction of a new admin building in Miku North, and as much as I'm happy that we are really changing the face of the bay in Miku, I want to inform the minister that for some time now, even before you were the minister, I have been clamoring for assistance for the fishers of Prale. Mr. Speaker, the fishers of Prale have been really disadvantaged, and we have to do some repairs to the jetty there, and we must make every effort during this term. Every effort, Mr. Speaker. We should spare nothing to ensure that we can open and operationalize the fishing facility in Prale. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because this facility was constructed and completed in the year 2016. And to date, a decade later, we have not been able to open or operationalize this facility. And it's really disadvantageous to the fishers of Prale, Mr. Speaker. And though, like the member for Beaufort South, the people of Cantonment and Cedar Heights, they went to the ballot box and they were not shy about who they wanted to support. I can tell you that in Prale, anybody, any opposition member who wants to run against me, know if there is one place you don't go, is in Prale. And I believe that the people of Prale deserve, the fishers of Prale, they deserve their facility, and we need to work. Minister, I beg you to come and take a look at this facility with me, and let us try to work together to see what can we do to really open and operationalize that facility. And the truth is, this building is actually starting to become an eyesore, Mr. Speaker. You pass there and you see, building is starting to fall apart, and it is a building that costs the government millions of dollars. So again, I just beg that we can really do something for the fishers there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the current former Minister of Agriculture, member for Dennery South, because he and I have had long conversations about the sargassum issue that plagues us in our constituency, both in Dennery South and in Miku North. And in Miku North, both my bays are plagued with sargassum. The village and Prale Bay, and you can take the smell when you pass in Prale. And with the assistance of the member for Dennery South at the time, Mr. Speaker, he advocated and ensured that we were able to procure free tractors specifically for the removal of sargassum. And I want to make a special request to the minister, the now minister. Yeah, but I'm being told that a national sargassum task force is being implemented and that the equipment will be spread throughout the country. I am asking, Mr. Speaker. Okay, well, I'm happy that you're saying rumors, because myself, and I'm speaking on behalf of the member for Dennery South as well, would make a special request to ensure that at least one of these tractors is housed on the East Coast, so that we in Dennery and in Miku and Prale, and we can borrow Danny off and on, Mr. Speaker. We can borrow the member for Dennery South off and for Beaufort South off and on when he requires it. But we really would love for one of these tractors to be placed on the East Coast. Mr. Speaker, and whilst I'm speaking about the impacts of sargassum on my fishers in Prale, I must also bring into play the negative impact which it has on my CMOS farmers as well. CMOS has become a staple in the economic diet of the people of my constituency, especially those people from Prale. During COVID-19, the CMOS industry was what held the community together, Mr. Speaker. Children were able to go to school, parents were able to reconstruct their homes, refurbish their homes, pay their loans. That is what kept the community together. And the sargassum is really causing some problems for us. And I realize that there is an allocation of $70,000 that has been set aside under head 42, Department of Commerce, for a national CMOS development plan. And what this would do, Mr. Speaker, is allow for a legislative framework to be put in place to regulate what happens in the industry and also help put together strategies for marketing. Also under that same head on page 248, I welcome the continuation of the allocation of the MSME loan grant facility. And Mr. Speaker, though we have had a reassignment of portfolios, it is my hope that this time a few more of my constituents will be by the Fisheries. I know a lot have been said about Soufrière. I don't know if to say thankfully or sadly, the portfolio have been reassigned to the member for Castries South. And I'm hoping, given that we share a friendship card, that we can, and Babu, no. I'm really hoping, Mr. Speaker, that I can see more and more constituents benefit from this initiative. Mr. Speaker, I now move to one of the most looked at heads in the estimates. Head 43, and I think everyone in this chamber knows what Head 43 is. Department of Infrastructure, Ports and Energy. But I want to pay specific attention on the infrastructural component. Mr. Speaker, in my first term of government, the people of La Pointe, they saw their road rebuilt with widening to the blind spot on the base and stabilization of slopes where needed, so drainage and entrances, among other things. As we speak, La Pointe Road, Mr. Speaker, is smooth, very smooth, Mr. Speaker. And as smooth as it is, I can tell you that there is still a layer of asphalt that has to be placed on the road, Mr. Speaker. So we have what we call carpet in La Pointe right now, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank and I see the member for Castries North is smiling. I want to thank him. And the now Minister of Infrastructure, the member for Denry North, for ensuring that the La Pointe Road was done. The people of Wallet, he has not gotten his invitation. He does not need an invitation. He is invited by association. The people of Wallet, Mr. Speaker, who had been enduring the worst of the worst road conditions in this constituency for decades, they saw a road newly built with drainage and access where necessary. And Mr. Speaker, this one I have to make particular mention of it because way before, Mr. Speaker, way before I entered politics, this road used to be utilized as a main road, main Miku road. And Mr. Speaker, for one reason or the other, I don't know if there is any truth to the fact that there are quite a few people there who are sympathetic to the cause of the St. Lucia Labour Party. The road was left in a deplorable condition. You saw people parking on the highway and walking to their homes. This is no more. People can go right now, Mr. Speaker, I can say with full confidence that the nicest road that we have in the community is now situated in Wallet. The nicest road that you have I probably might go even further and say the nicest concrete road you have in St. Lucia right now is at Wallet Wing Road, Mr. Speaker. And now you see people parking their cars by their homes, no more struggles. And what we've had to do, Mr. Speaker, is we had to put speed bumps there because of the volume of traffic that has started commuting on that road. So right now we have a beautiful road in Wallet, and I want to thank the Department of Infrastructure for ensuring that the people of Wallet got some relief. Also, with the help of the Department of Infrastructure, we were able to put in the drains along the entire St. Mary Road. And in the Margaretwood community, we were able to do some serious drainage works, Mr. Speaker. And as we speak, work is happening at various points in Miku. Drainage work is happening along the Monipo Highway. And the railings for the bridge in Margaretwood is being redone. And I want to thank the Minister for ensuring that the potholing unit, Mr. Speaker, I must commend the potholing unit because prior to independence, just before the independence activities, they came into Miku, Mr. Speaker, and when they came into Miku, by the next day, you would believe, you see what you see when you travel, Mr. Speaker, you go to bed and in the morning you see a new layer of road. It felt that way. In one day, the potholing unit came and it really transformed the community. And I know that the villagers are happy with the current conditions of the road in the Miku village. And it also extended to Nokia Avenue towards Lomba and also in Nice View. So we've done, the potholing unit have done quite a bit of work there, and I'm extremely happy. And I realize that there's an allocation of $2 million for potholing in this year's estimates. And I want to make a request for two roads, Mr. Speaker, the Mamiku Road and the Margaretwood Road. Mr. Speaker, the Mamiku Road is a ring road. If there is any accident on the Monjab, that is the only road that you'll be able to use to be able to go around. And for some time now, this road has been in a deplorable condition, and I know that the Minister of Infrastructure will respond to my request. And I just want to put it on record that we're making a request for some potholing to happen there and also in Margaretwood as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the Head 43, on page 268, there is also an amount of $1.5 million for slope stabilization and retaining walls. And I have been reliably informed that most of this allocation will be utilized for the slope stabilization at La Hope. And Mr. Speaker, for about, I think, 5.5 years now. Yeah, because it happened even before I came into office, 5.5 years. We have been moving, I can say it's by fifth, along the Lao road, and we've been trusting God to hold the road together. But what we see, Mr. Speaker, is the continuous deterioration and continuous land slippage happening, and more it becomes more frightening, Mr. Speaker, about what can happen if this is not addressed. So I'm happy that the allocation of $1.5 million is there and that the works will be done, and I know that the people of Lomba and Laho will welcome the works, Mr. Speaker, because they too have been expressing serious concerns about the land slippage which happened and continues to happen there. I'm also happy with the allocation of $3.5 million for rivers and water courses, especially as we are approaching the hurricane season. I have several places, Mr. Speaker, the Mamiko River, the Prale River, Margaretut River, the big drain going towards Miku Bay, quite a few areas, Mr. Speaker, that annually we go and we desilt and we clean to ensure that the waterways are free of any debris, and that when heavy rains come, there's a clear channel for whereby the water can be channeled in the right direction, and then we don't have so much land slippage and so much erosion happening. Mr. Speaker, I see an amount of $2.85 million again under the Department of Infrastructure, part of which will be used to undertake some much needed repairs, and I don't know if that is the doing of the former Minister of Infrastructure or the now Minister, but it's going to be used to repair the Miku Post Office. And Mr. Speaker, I say all of these things so you can now see the picture coming together, how Miku North is going to become, after we do all of the things that I mentioned, how Miku North is going to become the envy of other constituencies in St. Lucia. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the post office is in a real deplorable condition. And as part of our plan to make Miku North the envy, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have our post office in this condition. So I thank the Minister of Infrastructure for remembering us and helping us get one step closer to our goal as a constituency. And finally on the EZ, I noticed that there is an allocation of $6 million. And I realized that when the member for Vieux-Fort South spoke, he emphasized on $1 million, and I heard the member for Grizzly say that's just one road, albeit it might just be one road. $6 million under the rim for the rehabilitation and resurfacing of primary roads and secondary roads. Just because the new extension road is a road that I've been crying about for some time now, or what we call the pack in Miku. Just because you can only appreciate the conditions that my constituents have to endure if you drive there. Me trying to explain it to you here will make absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. But if you were to drive there, and then you probably might not be able to drive the entire way, you might have to walk part of the way. Only then would you appreciate the challenges of the situation that my constituents who live in New Extension, most of them come. There is a man who opened a garage there, and I can tell you he gets quite a bit of work, because every time a vehicle passes in that road, they have reason to stop at the garage. So Bonnie and the rest are making a min there now because of the condition of the road. And I applaud the garage and the trade. But Mr. Speaker, I think the time is now where we have to give some attention to this road. Mr. Speaker, one of the initiatives that has brought me the greatest joy as a Member of Parliament for Miku North is the Constituency Development Program. And under this program, Mr. Speaker, I was able to build the Charterhouse Road, 2 roads in Prale, drainage near the Pentecostal Church in Monrepo, bypass road near Square Deal, the road going up to Tigli and Sonny in La Pointe, access road at Monjab, drainage, road and access in Lomba, lighting to the Passiers playing field, repair 2 washrooms at Wen, Passiers and Miku playing fields, we repaired all the washrooms there with the CDP allocation, and provided medical and educational and social support to several individuals, groups, and even agencies, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed that there is an allocation of $20 million, and again, like the member from Vieux-Fort South, I'm not sure how much of that allocation will come to Miku North. But I'm hoping that the Prime Minister is in a very generous mood when he takes the calculator, especially when he gets to the constituencies that have enough in them, and that he can give us our fair share of the pie. I want to assure the people of Nice View and those residents who live in the road by Miss Donna that under this program your roads will be getting some attention, and there are several other interventions which are required in my constituency, like the flood-prone area near the ICT Center and Library, and the Early Childhood Development Center, which requires paving. And Mr. Speaker, although it may be a huge project, we will start to do it in a phased approach using the CDP. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard me mention earlier in my presentation today that one of the factors in the constituency which bothered me even before entering, and I'm happy that under head 46, Department of Tourism, on page 387, an allocation of $3 million have been set aside for community tourism initiative. A central pillar to this year's transformation for Micoud North lies in community tourism. We are positioning Micoud North as a model for sustainable community-driven tourism development. An introduction of the CMOS experience, or what we call CMOS experience, parallel CMOS experience, a collaborative initiative between the constituency and the Community Tourism Agency, represents, Mr. Speaker, a bold step in that direction, placing Micoud North on the tourism map. This initiative celebrates our natural resources and cultural heritage, also empowering local residents, particularly women and small entrepreneurs, to participate directly in the tourism value chain. Mr. Speaker, another initiative which has caused people who have never visited Micoud North to come and visit is Jazz à Vierge. And the member for ancillary countries and I always have a laugh at Jazz à Vierge. And I heard the member for Choiseul this morning, Mr. Speaker, speaking about Choiseul jazz and about, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you something. And the member for Castries South, I heard him telling somebody that we're trying to take, Jazz à Vierge trying to take all the money that they gave him for tourism. But what I can tell him is that it is worth it. And we are well on track for what will be another breathtaking jazz activity on Sunday, April 26, Mr. Speaker. And I want to invite those of you who may have missed last year to not punish yourself a second time and ensure that you are Jazz à Vierge. And Mr. Speaker, I don't need to elaborate on what Jazz à Vierge has to offer. And to me, I'll be doing just the venue an injustice by trying to explain it. The only way you can really appreciate it is for you to experience it. So I want to encourage everybody to come and experience Jazz à Vierge. I can say here that you don't need, and I know that there are people here who can attest to that. Usually when jazz is held at 2 p.m., you see most of the women coming with these little fans, their handheld fans. Jazz à Vierge, there is no need for handheld fans, Mr. Speaker. We have natural fans there. All throughout the days, you have the gentle breeze. And I want to thank the members of the committee for a wonderful job and for the hard work that they continue to do, Louise, Victor, and the rest. I want to really thank them for putting in the work. And this year we look forward to a really exciting Jazz à Vierge with our headliner, Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, we've made it very clear we don't know boom, 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 boom happening in our place. It's nice, lovers rock, Mr. Speaker, a conscious music, and the whole atmosphere is one of that sort. So we really look forward to a wonderful jazz experience this year, Mr. Speaker. And whilst you're on jazz, Mr. Speaker...
Member for Micoud North, you have 15 minutes left.
And again, I'll ask Mr. Speaker, the prophetic 15 minutes or the real 15 minutes? Mr. Speaker, you know, in my quest to making Micoud North the envy of constituencies in this country, I worked hard, I worked tirelessly, I sat night after night thinking of how can we best utilize what is ours in the community. And we came up and we said we were going to do jazz. And by the time we did the first run with the members, the individuals from Ministry of Tourism, they were already bought on the fact that we must have jazz at that venue. So much so that there is already conversation about bringing one of the main stage days, removing them from Grosile, and bringing at least one main stage to Micoud North. And hopefully, maybe by next year, Mr. Speaker, we should be in a position to be able to have at least one main stage. Probably the Saturday night will be down in Micoud North, Mr. Speaker. And there were so many people, Mr. Speaker, who critique, and so many MPs who served before me who did absolutely nothing to bring a jazz to the constituency. And they enjoyed the jazz more than everybody else, Mr. Speaker. But when you hear them speak, Mr. Speaker, you have to wonder, do these people really care about the constituents of Micoud North? Do they really care about trying to elevate the standards of the people of Micoud North? Or was it just a joyride and and that's why I brought into play, Mr. Speaker, my character this morning and what forged me into the person that I am and why I appreciate people and not positions. But I'm happy that the people of Micoud North made a right decision in 2021 and in 2025, Mr. Speaker, they made the right decision and we no longer have to worry about this type of people again. Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly speak about Mount Repos Cemetery. I think under head 48, Ministry of Local government. There is a program there, and there's about, I think, $3 million, $2.9 million, Mr. Speaker, for the expansion of cemeteries. And we've started the works on the Monipo Cemetery, so much so, Mr. Speaker, the demand was so high, we were forced to prematurely start burials in the cemetery. But work continues, and I'm hoping that as we move along, that part of this allocation can be utilized to at least bring the work there to some sort of closure. Mr. Speaker, we have 3 primary schools and one of the oldest and largest secondary schools in my constituency, and I'm referring to the Mickwood Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, and once I say Mickwood Secondary School, I want to place on record my congratulations to the Mickwood Secondary School for going to the Island Champs, Mr. Speaker, and performing wonderfully well, Mr. Speaker. I must congratulate them, to the staff there, the work that they put in, and I think given if the right resources is channeled to the school, we can only see them improve. So I beg the Minister for Youth and Sports to, when he's giving out his allocation, to remember the students of the Mickwood Secondary School. And now that he is both Minister of Education and Minister of Sports, make it twofold, and you can give us a double dose of whatever it is that you have. And I have to ask for a double dose, Mr. Speaker, because I said we have one of the oldest schools in the constituency. And there's a program, I think, for about $4.8 million, which has been allocated for rehabilitations to schools. And I probably might need a little more than that just for the Mickwood Secondary School, to be quite honest with you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm being quite honest. More than, no, 4 million, I saw it, 4. And, and Mr. Speaker, I know that it might not be practical in this financial year, but I think we must have a serious conversation about the future of the Mickwood Secondary School. And it hurts my heart to see the condition that the school is in. And it has always crossed my mind, Mr. Speaker, that the time is now not to just consider the repairs to the school, but I would not want to do one without the other. The time is not only right to do the repairs on the school, but I think Mickwood Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, I think the time is now also right to consider renaming the school to the Louis George Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, I say that without fear of any contradictions. I want to say why Louis George. He's longest serving MP in the constituency, served at the school, Minister of Education. Mr. Speaker, he has and there is Minister of Education. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, there is absolutely nothing named after this great gentleman in this constituency. And I think sometimes, as MPs, we have a responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'm not really bothered about what happens when I'm not there. But I think as an MP, I have a responsibility to ensure that I highlight the people who really came together and set that bedrock and that foundation in the constituency. And I think, again, I let the record show that I would really love to see this school renamed to the Louis George Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, and I will work with the staff. I've already spoken to the principal and staff there, and I will work with the Ministry of Education to see. But the only deterrent to that is I am not willing to get the school named Louis George Secondary School in its current condition. I think we need to give the gentleman something befitting of him, so one cannot go without the other. And as I'm calling on the Minister of Education to ensure that he helps me, Mr. Speaker. He helps me achieve this objective in the constituency. And whilst I'm on the renaming of schools, Mr. Speaker, we also have the Monipo Pastures Combined School. Mr. Speaker, make it make sense. Monipo Pastures Combined School. There was a merger of 2 schools, and they merged everything. The students, the names, everything, Mr. Speaker. So it was Monipo Combined School, Pastures Combined School, you merge them and they become the Monipo Pastures Combined School. The school has absolutely no identity, no crest, nothing, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's also a good time for us to have the conversation about giving the school some level of identity and allowing the children to be able to go out and say, this is my crest, and to be recognized not just by the color of their uniform, but also by a crest or a logo, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also have a critical situation at the Mickwood Library, and I'm telling the Minister that he too needs to visit the Mickwood Library because we have a dire situation at the Mickwood Library. And Mr. Speaker, I see that, and again, the Minister has been reassigned some serious portfolios, so I must still ask him again. I see he has $1 million for the rehabilitation of sporting facilities, and I want to tell him some attention must be given to the wet playing field to continue the works. We must continue the works, and whilst I'm on the wet playing field, Mr. Speaker, those of you who've driven on the Prale Highway when there's cricket in the night, Mr. Speaker, you can see probably clear as day from the light radiating from when playing field. Mr. Speaker, the cricketers love it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the cricketers love it. We have state-of-the-art lights, and to complement the lights, we need to continue and put in the stands and the washrooms and the changing rooms. So eventually, Mr. Speaker, I don't expect the minister to do everything overnight, but we need to continue. We cannot allow such a wonderful project to just sit on the wayside. And I think the potential that WEN has, we really have to tap into that and really create an environment where WEN becomes the mecca of cricket in the eastern zone, or maybe probably as the southern zone, Mr. Speaker. And I had a member for Castries North say that this is his playing field. Mr. Speaker, we also need some lights replaced at the Miku playing field, and I've been given the undertaking that we will be repairing the sitting area for the Miku multipurpose court. Mr. Speaker, I've spent some time speaking about my constituency. I know I only have 14 minutes left, so having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly transition into some things under my ministry. Mr. Speaker, I've been given the responsibility to head the Ministry of Home Affairs, Crime Prevention, Conflict Resolution, and Persons with Disability. And under the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Speaker, we have the St. Lucia Fire Service, and I can tell you here that the most money that I've ever been given to the St. Lucia Fire Service have been under this current administration. I remember there was a time when the member for Denry North came to the House time after time to say that mere $200,000 used to be allocated for the St. Lucia Fire Service. That has changed, and I think, Mr. Speaker, up to $30 million was what the fire service got over the past year and a half, 2 years, under the enhancing the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service project. Mr. Speaker, you saw not too long ago we built the West Coast Fire Station, and there's a small allocation there to complement the staff there, Mr. Speaker. We also did training for several firefighters. Quite a bit of work has been happening under the St. Lucia Fire Service. See, there's an allocation of $225,000 for training and recruitment, more firemen for the St. Lucia Fire Service. I know that the fire chief will welcome this. $400,000 for repairs to fire stations, $11,775,400 for the enhancing the resilience of the St. Lucia Fire Service project. Mr. Speaker, also,
remember you have 5 minutes left.
Mr. Speaker, also Bodley Correctional Facility. 10 minutes. We also have the Bodley Correctional Facility, Mr. Speaker, for which we have $30,000 for Inmates Family Day. And Mr. Speaker, Inmates Family Day is actually this Sunday, the 29th of March. And prior to me becoming the Minister of Home Affairs, and I'll tell you what the Inmates Family Day is, Mr. Speaker, and I must spend a minute, and I know I'll have some more time during the appropriation debate to speak about some of the initiatives that we are undertaking as a ministry at Borderley and for crime prevention. But under the Inmates Family Day program, Mr. Speaker, what we do is allow inmates, the families of inmates, to come to Borderley, and the prison caters for them on that day. And fathers are allowed to bond with their children, mothers are allowed to see their children, because we understand, Mr. Speaker, that prison is not necessarily the end of the road. And rather than doing the Inmate Family Day once a year, we are now having Inmates Family Day biannually, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy that there's an allocation for that. There's also $170,900 for clearing of perimeter fence. And that is because we've had some serious problems at the Bodley Correctional Facility where people come and throw things over the fence. And
as I said earlier, because of the contribution of the member for Choiseul, I can no longer just call on people. So I have to ask now, for what purpose does the member wish to be heard?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend Standing Order 3210 to allow the member from Miku North a further 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be suspended in order to allow the member for Mico North an additional 10 minutes. And I'll put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say no. Motion allowed. Member, you have an additional 10 minutes.
So now we have 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you would realize why the member didn't make you finance minister. Your maths is so faulty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member for Grizzly. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to just quickly run through the balance of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, but I thought it was important that I mention some of these figures because there is an allocation of 170,000, Mr. Speaker, as I would have said, for the clearing of the perimeter fence, and that's a very important activity for the Border Correctional Facility. What it does, it creates more space between the bush and the fence, so now it is less likely that someone is able to come and throw any sort of contraband over the fence. For years now, we've had a perennial problem with individuals sending contraband over the fence for inmates, so that would really go a long way in helping curb this problem. There's also $128,000 for the recruitment of at least 20 more prison officers, $400,000 to be utilized for repairs to the correctional facility. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also put on record that this is the administration that has spent, you remember we came to this house, Mr. Speaker, and we approved monies to be spent for the replacement of locks, the replacement of toilets, the replacement of keys, new kitchen, all sorts of things at the Border Correctional Facility. So the $400,000 is an additional allocation to help with the continuous work for plant and machinery. And there is $50,000 for commercialization of inmate employment. And that would create an extension of the pig pen and repair to fish pond and work on the abattoir. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, you know, sometimes people don't understand and appreciate the challenges that government have to go through. Mr. Speaker, you know, if you only knew the amount of money that we spend on feeding the inmates at the Border Correctional Facility, and that is why we've spent some money on redoing the farms, the chicken coop, the pig pen, the fish pond, to be able to allow or to reduce the food bill at the facility. And to make it a little more difficult, Mr. Speaker, we have quite a few inmates who are being placed on special diets, if you want to call it that. So when they go to court, they are placed on special diets, and there's court orders to accompany them being placed on the diet, and it really places the prison under some, steak and all sorts of things. Special diet, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully the money that's been spent, the $50,000 for the commercialization of inmate employment, will really help reduce the bill at the prison. Under probation and parole, Mr. Speaker, we have $345,000 to hire a deputy director and 3 more probation officers, a much welcome initiative, one that is required and necessary. $95,000 to hire a psychosocial clinical counselor. Mr. Speaker, we've been clamoring for this for some time now, so I'm happy that it actually reflects in this year's estimates. And $50,000 for a juvenile crime reduction program. Mr. Speaker, we have now established a disabilities unit, and I will speak about it in detail when we get to the appropriation bill, but I'll tell you some of the things that we are doing. $50,000 for hosting of International Day of Persons with Disabilities, $216,000 a contribution to the prosthetic center, and I can tell you here, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, the contractor is currently at work at Tapion, retrofitting the building. Hopefully the equipment will be coming very soon, and sometime later this year, we will be in a position as a ministry and as a department to be able to provide prosthetic limbs to St. Lucians at a very, very affordable rate, Mr. Speaker. And I know that there are quite a few people who have been calling and asking about this development, and I tell you that the wait will not be much longer. We just gave $35,000 to Harper to support operation and programs for persons living with autism in St. Lucia. $225,000 to NCPD, and it used to be $202. Prime Minister has agreed to increase it by $23,000, Mr. Speaker, and $15,000 to the Deaf Association. They used to get only $4,000, dismal $4,000. We increased the amount by $11,000, Mr. Speaker, and right now they receive $15,000. There is also, Mr. Speaker, and disability goes beyond just my ministry and special needs. You would have heard the member for Vieux-Fort South in his presentation speak about the PUT program, and I'm happy that as part of that program there is $1.5 million for the special ed center in Vieux-Fort, and I also see $500,000 for increasing capacity of the Department of Education to deliver inclusive, equitable, and quality education by upgrading the infrastructure at Dennery, Lady Goddard, and Soufrière. So I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime prevention and conflict resolution also falls under my ministry. There's $10,000 being placed there for an awareness campaign. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, the initiatives that I'm about to highlight, though they may not be reflected directly on my ministry's head, Mr. Speaker, we understand that crime prevention transcends just the department or the ministry responsible for crime prevention. Every one of us have in one way or the other a role to play. Every minister has an initiative that he or she undertakes in their ministry to help abate and deal with this crime situation. So I see there's an amount of $945,000 under the Ministry of National Security for port surveillance project and a radar system. I think that's very necessary. Too often now people believe that they can just take a chance, especially at the ports. Our ports have become very porous, Mr. Speaker. People believe that they can take a chance. Hopefully the system will serve, the surveillance system will serve as a deterrent. $450,000 under the Department of Finance for our Boys Matter program, another social initiative to allow or create a diversion for young men. $849,495 under the Ministry of Equity for the community after school program, and we look forward to working closely, and Prime Minister have agreed that he's going to create subcommittees, and we look forward to working closely with the Minister, Mr. Speaker, of Equity. Also, there's a $2.5 million for Catalyst project on the Department or the Ministry of Equity, and this initiative is aimed at enhancing the employability of at-risk youth between the ages of 18 to 25. There's $1 million for youth economy under the Department of Economic Development. And Mr. Speaker, I hope you start to understand how these initiatives can help abate crime in this country. It provides opportunities for young people, so you don't necessarily have to come from the Department of Crime Prevention, but we have initiatives under each ministry that helps us in our fight against crime. There's $100,000 for the Youth Reintegration Program under the Department of Economic Development, and this would help for the early intervention program in targeting young males between the ages of 14 to 19. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of that, and I realize you're watching your clock again, in closing, I just want to lend my full support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 26-2027. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to some of the programs rolling out. Once again, I want to thank the people of Miku North, and I want to encourage them to continue the journey with me. And this journey is not just about building roads and building bridges, but about building a future that we are all proud of in Miku North. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them, I want to recommit myself and reassure them that I will continue to ensure that I put the people of Miku North first. I'm going to ensure that I do everything to ensure that I create and build a Miku North that becomes the envy, indeed becomes the envy of other constituencies. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank all members for giving me this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of the House for 1 hour to allow members to enjoy lunch.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended for 1 hour. I now put the question. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
We have come to the suspension of today's sitting, where the members of Parliament are debating the Prime Minister's presentation of the 2026-2027 budget. As we mentioned, it's the biggest to date in the amount of $2,188,765,900 for the financial year 2026-2027. This morning we saw 3 contributions. The first 4 contributions. The first member to make his contribution on the estimates was the representative for the parliamentary rep for Dennery South. That's Alfred Prosper. He gave an in-depth report on his constituency and the developments in the constituency. Mr. Prosper, Honorable Prosper, was followed by Honorable Danny Butcher. Honorable Danny Butcher was also followed by Mr. Jeremiah Norbert, who was the last person before the House got suspended. I found Mr. Danny Butcher's presentation, it was very captivating. The ministers, the parliamentary representative had his air, and he really spoke a lot on the ministry he spent a lot of time on his portfolio of continuing education and special education. He described the budget, one of the only ones to really give the budget some kind of character or some kind of name. He said that the budget had a soul, it had spirit, and it had life. You know, he referenced, of course, the former parliamentary rep, George Odlum, who he said always gave the budget a name. And he felt that this budget, because of the programs dealing with the needs of people, dealing with the Prime Minister's desire, as he said, in putting people first, then he coined the phrase that this budget had soul, it had spirit, and it had life. And he said because the central theme of that budget was really putting people first. He said that the economy, just to focus on Danny Butcher for a bit, he said that because of the massive surplus, a strong primary surplus, he felt that the economy was doing well. He said that the economy was resilient, and he called on the people of St. Lucia to trust the estimates, trust the breakdown in what the Prime Minister is doing, because he said that there was history. The Prime Minister has demonstrated his ability in managing the economy efficiently, and the Prime Minister also displayed strong fiscal discipline in balancing the needs of the country vis-a-vis the uncertainty in the world right now, the geopolitical uncertainty. He's saying that the Prime Minister has demonstrated a steady hand, if you will, in managing the economy, and he called on the people of St. Lucia to rally around the Prime Minister, rally around this budget, and to support what the Prime Minister is doing, because the report from 2005 to the prior financial year, that it has demonstrated that St. Lucia's economy is resilient. Mike?
Yes, merci Virgil. Quand nous dit, c'est même parlement, et bien, quand il consiste là, il y a 2 routes pour un petit moment, il y a pour un petit pause pour déjeuner, et qu'il y a dévié à dans un temps, ça veut dire, bon 3 heures, il y a dévié pour venir commencer, 3 heures. Mais pour les matins, comme veut dire, nous avons même parlement pour des nuits, sous des nuits, nous aussi, après, c'était même parlement pour Choiseul, Saltibis, avec après même parlement pour Choiseul, Saltibis, nous avons même parlement pour Sud-Vieux-Fort, avec après, c'était même parlement pour Mikou, ça c'est Nord Mikou, c'est 4 membres parlement ça là. Parler en réponse pour présentation qui était faite par Premier ministre avec ministre pour Finances honorable Philippe J. Pierre qui était fait hier à sous budget en valeur 2 millions 188 millions 765 900 dollars avec comme vous dites nous avons dévié à 3 heures pour bon plus à ce ça qui a passé en cas Constitution ici à sous budget l'année 2026 pour 2027.